Good evening. Welcome to the early work session for Highland Village City Council. Today is Tuesday, August 9th. Meeting is called to order at 5:30 p.m. Let the record show all council members are present. Before we get started, we got a couple of birthdays I want to recognize. Councilman Lombardo's birthday was the end of last month. He was vacationing. Happy birthday. Thank you. And Councilman Kingsmiller's birthday is later this month. So happy early birthday. We have a cake. So we'll dig into that later on, but happy birthday, gentlemen. Thank you. Item number one is receive a safety and security update from Louisville Independent School District and a follow-up presentation from the Highland Police Department. Chief, all yours.
Thank you, Mayor. This is sort of a unique presentation, but a fun presentation. We were asked by at least one council member, others throughout the year on what was happening. And this was perfect timing for us to do this. My two guys get up here. I mean, I want to jump up and down and scream because they're that good. In a day's time, we have 17,000 people in our city, and over 2,000 of them are taken care of by these two gentlemen, and then overwatched by LSD. So Matt Garrett from LISD, he's the director of security for LISD. He's had the big overview of what LISD has done in the past, but more importantly, what they're doing in the future, today and in the future. Unfortunately, because of some of the things that have happened and across the country. So Matt, come on up.
Appreciate it. Thank you, Chief. Good evening. Again, my name is Matthew Garrett, Director of Safety and Security. I have the privilege of creating the safety and security program about 10 years ago from scratch. We've come a long way, and we always are proud of what we've done and where we're going, and through great partnerships with y'all and our other cities. We have probably one of the best school safety programs in North Texas, if not Texas, maybe even America, right? So, wanted to cover first, a big question we get after a tragedy like Uvalde. We get media and we get parents asking about, in light of this, what are we doing? And I really want us to stress the point of, it's not because of events like this that we're reacting. We are doing this every day. We are looking for best practices, improvements, enhancements before an event happens. We learn a lot from events and we can adjust, but we aren't just waiting for the next one. There's always proactive planning that we are doing, getting ready and looking to see how we can always improve. One of the main things we want to stress is in 2017, nearly $30 million was used in safety and security updates as approved by our voters. Something that we really want to be proud of, because when we go to our state conferences, when we go to our national conferences, we are ahead of the game in a lot of ways because our voters have given us the means to improve our enhancements. We'll go through kind of a highlight of this. Some of this makes it, I feel like it's a little old because we did it so quick. In 2017, when the bond passed, Dr. Rogers, our superintendent at the time, gave us a directive. He wanted it all done in basically the first year and a half of the bond funds being available. So we worked in high gear to get it all in place. Didn't want to waste any time on it. One of our big items was life cycle safety and security items. Paging and notification systems were updated in all of our schools. Door access system, our keyless access was basically replaced across the district through means of card readers, access cards. We had the ability in some cities to integrate keyless cards into our system. So for police departments in some cities, they can use their city badges. In other departments, we were able to access or give them sets of keys so they can have 30, 40, 50 keys assigned to the officers so they can get into our schools at any time. Phone systems have been completely revamped. We are fully voice over IP systems. Those are integrated into our paging. They're integrated into our 911 notifications. So if a classroom at Briar Hill Middle School called 911, room 114, your officers, our department, we get an email, text notification, room 114 at Briar Hill Middle School just called 911. Within seconds, we're pulling up the cameras outside of room 114. We're looking for what's happening, reactions of staff, students, knowing that Officer Harney's there at that school. You know, usually by the time we pull it up, he's visible on camera at that site. And it's just giving us a lot more situational awareness and a lot more quick reaction. Fire alarm panels. And believe it or not, I do like to highlight our lighting. You know, in the prior to this bond, we were kind of standard lighting. Energy bills were high. We were able, we usually turned our lights off about 2 a.m. on the externals. LED changed the game, a lot more energy efficient. We do keep, like at Marcus High School, most of our lights are on just because those schools, they never sleep. Marcus never sleeps, and I'm using this example of our schools based on this area, but I mean, the Colony, Hebron, Flower Mound, they all, we try to keep those lit so that we can see what's happening in and around and coordinate with police officers throughout the night. Security cameras is another big program that was out of the bond. We added over 1,200 interior and 650 exterior cameras. We're up to 5,400 digital cameras, all high def. We are one of the largest camera systems in Texas for school districts. Panasonic usually brings in clients from around the country to look at our system. We use a Video Insight VMS. We have 14 days of storage. We did, in full transparency, we had 21, but there's a state law that we have special ed cameras that we have to store 90 days, I'm sorry, of storage. And those numbers are growing. That's a huge amount. So our storage, we kind of have to stick around 14, 21 days, and we're at 14 right now. We replaced older analog cameras. We've added infrastructure and network, and we provide this access not only to all of our school resource officers, but all of our dispatch centers have been given access. Emergency management coordination centers have access to it. And so we have no problem making that available to your first responders as they are needing it. Security vesicles, if I've got kids, family, friends in our schools or been to our schools since this bond, you've noticed our front entries have been secured. They are controlled access points. We use a video phone system. So basically you have a video conversation with the person in the office. Why are they there? What do they need? Who are they? They show their ID. We can check it with Skyward to make sure that they are who they say they are and they are able to access their student or need. We do have ballistics involved in our designs. That's basically where we leave it that conversation, but there is ballistic protection involved in those designs. And as you will see with future projects and future bonds, I think you'll notice that this will probably grow in designs more and more. But basically, it's a man trap is how we refer to it. So even if someone was to get in, the window that they're talking to, the staff member, the door to the campus, it's all secured. They can't go anywhere. And that's basically our first line of defense, if you would, but basically it gives our office time to react. If there was an issue, they have time to react, send notifications, send warnings, and also seek their protective action as well. And it gives that situation or that group the time to have. So network access, which sometimes some folks ask us, this isn't really safety and security. And I would say in the day of technology, it's completely safety and security. All of our cameras are digital. Our phones are digital. And so we actually had several locations in the district that didn't have fiber access. So their voice over IP phones weren't working. Their cameras we could never see. So we did get those connected, whether it was through a new building at Liz Dola by Fish Hatchery Road near the lake, Dixon Sports for Marcus. Those cameras and phones are working. And then our press boxes, as they were getting replaced, Marcus already had fiber at their press box, but we had several that needed it on there. So those are the four big takeaways of the 2017 bond, and they made a huge difference. We are, working on different capital outlay projects for the next time we were in need for those. So you'll be seeing more discussions in the future on that. And we want to talk now about TEA requirements that are coming out. So this summer has been one of the busiest summers in 10 years. Right now we're dealing with executive orders and TEA requirements that we have to prepare for the school year, which starts tomorrow. We are also preparing for when Texas legislation comes together starting in January and preparing to see what kind of laws are coming out of Austin. But in the meantime, to show you that it was a very busy summer on our part. The state required us to do summer targeted partial safety security audits. Those are fun long term, right? Basically, that is walking every classroom in LISD this summer. That was accomplished about a week ago. We're preparing a document that the state will be asking for come September 1, where we report all this up. The main things, they asked about 30 questions. Some of it was how do the doors lock on the inside? What kind of window coverings? What type of keys? A lot of the standard stuff, and thankfully, nearly all of it was check, 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 we got it. We are working through some of the older classroom sets what you'll notice is, I think door hardware will become a big topic with the state, especially with creating a standard across the state. Some of our classrooms have locks on or the keyholes on the outside and nothing's on the inside. And then some of the newer buildings might have a thumb latch to lock the building or a push button in the handle. So I think you're gonna just start seeing more questions and issues about what kind of locks are in the classrooms. Exterior door safety security audits were conducted. So basically every exterior door was touched by our facilities department. They were making sure that it's operating as designed, that there's no sticking, that the latches are working, keyless is working. So that is complete, and again, preparing for the state roll-up of information. We had our safety and security committee meeting. We have those even before the state required it here. It's still a state law. We comply. We have those each semester and one in the summer. That is comprised of various internal departments of the school district, as well as public safety partners from all of our cities. Highland Village Police, Highland Village Fire, cities, some cities have standalone emergency management departments. We include that as well. We review our multi-hazard EOP, just like the city has one. The school district has an emergency operations plan. And then the state did an update on the active threat plan annex, which we're updating that. Staff training was still going on today, as we can imagine, with this many staff, 6,600 staff. It takes a long time to get staff trained at campuses, and so that is complete as of today. We are including all substitutes as required by TEA, so they know our standard response protocol. If you ever go to our schools, the SRP, so if you hear a lockdown or a lock or a secure or a shelter, those are our SRP functions. And then we also preach avoid, deny, defend. Okay, so through our active shooter training, avoid, deny, defend has all been trained with our staff. This year, all mandatory drills have to be scheduled before the school year. We've never really had an issue. Last year, we had conducted over 1,000 drills in LISD, but the state's requiring all of them scheduled prior to the school year to start. And then threat assessment is one of those big topics that you probably maybe have seen in the news, and you know it's a huge component for us. We started doing it actually before the state required. We involve our law enforcement partners. We have mental health professionals, public safety professionals, school administrators, and we have a multidisciplinary team, not only at each campus, but in the district, so that we have a multi-tiered approach to listening and learning about students' threats, and then analyzing how we need to put in a safety plan in place, how we integrate with our law enforcement partners to ensure a safe and secure learning environment. I put in progress because, as you can imagine, training, we got new folks coming in and out. There was a lot of hiring this summer. Unfortunately, the state didn't provide additional training sessions, so we will continue whenever the state opens up more training. Anyone who hasn't been able to get it since they've been hired will be sent and get that online training as well. Access control procedures is definitely a big topic. We're not only changing, which we'll talk about in a few slides, access control into our buildings, but the ability to increase access points. We're going to be talking about projects of adding several, probably over 100 keyless access points in the district right now. And then state conducted intruder assessments. The state is conducting this. We'll talk about this a little bit. This is probably our biggest question mark of what it will look like. The state has not provided us much information on this. I do want to highlight, this is something that the district has been doing now for several years with partnerships from our local police departments. Highland Village was one of them. The state's kind of taken that and doing it themselves. So we'll talk about that. Wanted to hit this. This is our saying, or this is our motto this year, because what you'll see down in a few slides is it's going to be a lot more inconvenient at our schools, but sometimes it's a little bit necessary, right? So everything that we talk about, we're having to retrain staff to understand it's just less convenient, but it's completely doable and achievable. So our actions. We are currently in the process of deactivating all the dog down. In fact, I shouldn't say in the process, it's been done. All dog down equipment, which is the panic bars. Usually if you have a hex key from your toolbox, you can unlock a door basically. Those have been deactivated. So really what we've got now is a situation for external doors to either be propped, which is not allowed, or closed and secured. We'll talk about that a little bit more. We've implemented a classroom door locked and closed policy. For years, we've done classroom doors locked and closed. For years, we've done a locked and propped. What that means is all classroom doors were locked and they used a magnet usually on a strike plate of the door so the door wouldn't latch. Yet kids can come and go, and if in an emergency situation, removal of the magnet closing the door and you're secure instead of having to mess with keys. In this new policy, for the most part, most classrooms are going to be all locked and closed. Kids will have to knock on the doors, teachers will have to use their keys, administrators will use their keys. There are a few exceptions to this situation on a very, very limited basis. As with any policy, just making sure it's included in our handbook and student code of conduct has been added on that. We will continue, this is probably one of our larger ones, is the protocols for events during and after school. We are working to develop our event action plans. So y'all actually have probably the largest elementary event in the district. We've already seen the event action plans the city already develops for this festival, the Chili Cook-Off. Great event, and we're going to kind of turn that. I mean, thankfully, we don't have a lot of those in the district, so we can kind of take that and make it doable for our, a standard elementary. But I love coming to the Chili Cook-Off. It's a good event. So we have those. We have Friday night football, 5 stadiums in the district, 10,000 person stadiums. We already have event action plans for our stadiums, so there's that. But then we get into the whole school events, sometimes PTA events, open houses, and we're going to be developing the event action plans and developing ways where SROs would be invited to those and have the visibility as well as emergency preparedness plans for those. We do have some schools that have pass-through doors. If you look at the situation in Uvalde where we had a classroom door lock apparently fell, but what added insult to that injury is there was a pass-through door that was not securable. So really the intruder had access to basically 2 classrooms. This has been a project for facilities throughout the summer. We do have several of those doors. Some of them have locks on both sides. Some have locks on one side and some don't have locks. And so facilities is coming up with the project to get those replaced. They've got the hardware order ready to go. And so that will be a project probably through the fall. Case management for threat assessment, like we talked about. Unfortunately, with the district this size, there's a lot of threats that come in. Sometimes they're just a student that's in distress and makes a statement that actually has no bearing. And then there's some that are concerning. And so what we've noticed over the years is it's becoming a little bit more difficult based on the system that we created in LISD. And so we're looking, and actually on yesterday, this got approved by our school board. So we will be in the process of bringing forward Navigate 360, and that is going to be our threat assessment case management software. What that is basically where multiple partners, like I said, your SROs are involved in that. Our teacher, our coach, our campus administrator, counselor, they can all provide input into this threat assessment form. And that way, it's not just paper forms and emails we're chasing. It's all in a central place where we can keep track of it and make sure nothing gets dropped, especially because we don't do this one time. I mean, sometimes it's, let's meet again every month or every quarter. And that's available in the system to kind of make sure we're scheduling that and keeping in tune. We are investigating live crime center software. This was brought forward by one of our police departments. It's very interesting stuff. It's basically the way we're kind of describing it is cell phone is calling 911. Through your systems, you can get the geolocation from that phone. And through this program, it can understand the closest sensors, whether it's our cameras or body cams off of officers or whatever you want to put into the system. And so responding officers can see what's happening, can get more information based on the closest cameras to that geolocation. There's still lots of questions on that, but that is something we're investigating. We also have been doing building perimeter checks in years past. Of course, COVID changed it a little bit for us, but we're going back to that. And I think we wanted to highlight this because this year is really about compliance. State's requiring a weekly check at our campuses that we're making our campus administrators do. But not only are the campus administrators checking their perimeter checks, our SROs already do those. Our district, my department, we have someone that's basically the compliance coordinator who's going to be doing that. And we have the state doing compliance checks. So there's a lot of eyes and ears on our campuses right now, making sure that we're doing these. And it's useful, especially with the amount of doors that we have in the school. Wall safes, things that you might not know. I mean, at Marcus High School, after a tragedy happened, we started putting wall safes in our high schools because just the sheer size of these locations, when the police department comes in to do a building search and we're in a lockdown, keys get really hard to find. And we kind of started hearing little bits and pieces of that at Uvalde. So we're expanding this. We're putting a wall safe in every school. I believe my update today, all the schools should have one in Highland Village now. I was told West Side's complete. Within those are numerous wall maps, or I'm sorry, maps of our schools. So search teams can grab those, as well as duplicate sets of master keys. So while the fire department has the Knox box on the outside of the building, law enforcement comes in to those offices. There's a combination that dispatch will have, they can give, opens it up, and your search teams now have basically everything they need to run a multiple team search of our building. We're going to talk about this a little bit more, but you've probably seen Dr. Rapp, our superintendent, talk about our elementary rover program. With a district this size, you'll notice that there's a little bit of differences in some cities. Y'all are one of the two that actually have a school resource officer in our elementary schools. The Colony just put in theirs for their 5 elementaries in the Colony. So while we talk about rover program or rover patrol, y'all have got yours in place where Officer McKelvey is in the 3 elementary schools in Highland Village. The rest of the school district is moving to a rover patrol like in Flower Mound and Louisville, where we have off-duty officers, multiple officers in each city that are going to take a small number of schools and basically patrol those throughout the day, hop in at arrival, recess, dismissal, check the perimeters. So that's one of the big changes this year. We are in the process of looking to develop an in-house canine detection program. We use a private company right now. They're in our school district about 44 days out of 177 a year. So having an in-house, of course, gives us the ability to have a dog canine detection available to us basically any day of the school year. Training for narcotics and gunpowder. This also, the RFQ just got approved last night, so we are moving to a stadium operations company for Broader Stadium as well as our other stadiums. Some folks like to call them the yellow shirts, our folks have blue, but basically they will be helping supplement and help our staff focus on the student section, and they will handle the ticket scannings, the gates, controlling who's getting on field, who's getting in the gates. This company, the state, now that they've been named, the stadium people, they work at the Star in Frisco. They work for Frisco ISD at their events. So we're really excited for them. And I think you'll see a big change in Friday Night Lights at Broader Stadium. We are in the process of assisting in procuring ballistic shields for our school resource officers. That's actually, we heard some talk from the Lieutenant Governor that there might be some money for it, but we haven't seen much since then, but we've decided we're moving forward with that. We've got all the specifics from the cities, and we're getting ready to go through our procurement process on that. We are, I shouldn't say even investigating, I think we're past that. We are in the process of building a project to retrofit certain classroom doors for this area. MHS 9, if you've been in that campus, you understand most of that school is a very open concept. The classrooms have a sliding glass door that opens up to the hallway. That project will probably look at changing that up, so it won't be a sliding glass wall anymore. It'll probably be more of a standard wall. That's, as easy as that sounds, that's a very big project because we have Flower Mound 9, Marcus 9, and 2 schools in the Colony that have that same situation. So we've got a fairly large architect project for that. Some of the things we talked about earlier and how we don't react a lot of times, we're already trying to be proactive. CRAZE training is one of them. We started that back in 2019. We trained all of the district, and of course COVID hit. And we were already planning on doing praise training again for all staff this year before Uvalde happened. So this is a project where our school resource officers, our local police departments have been great partners in helping train that. That's a lot of staff. We gave them actually till October 1 to get it done just because of the sheer number of campuses and departments that have to go through it. But this is some training, especially with the Avoid, Deny, Defend. That's our big push. We want folks to feel empowered and understand how to act, not only with the standard response protocol, but just in general. This applies to grocery stores. This applies to movie theaters. It's not just schools, but it's good information for them to have. Stop the Bleed training is also going to become available. We've already had some of this in the schools, but we're expanding it so that every campus nurse will be offering Stop the Bleed training at least once a semester. The funds have already been allocated for that, for the training materials. And then state law does require all of our campuses have safety and security audits done every 3 years. I feel like it's a repeat with COVID. COVID's kind of pushed us back. We will be doing the entire district in the months of October through December. That's, again, a multidisciplinary team. We invite our school resource officers. This year, we're inviting our fire marshals, as well as our facilities department, our technology department, campus administrators. So there's a lot of folks that can come into a school, talk about challenges, talk about issues that need to be enhanced, and make plans either long-term or short-term to get those fixed. Wanted to, I think, highlight a little bit, even though I don't want to take too much of their thunder because I heard they have a great presentation for you, but school resource officers is definitely one of the largest components to our school safety program. When I started 9 years ago, we had 9. I will admit I made a boo-boo. That is 33. Okay, we have 33 school resource officers that we work with, that we have agreements for. The reason it says 35 is Frisco does provide officers to our one school in Frisco, but there's not an agreement for that. They have a kind of a rover patrol as well. So they aren't classified, I don't believe, as school resource officers, but that's why that number is where it is. So we do, like I said, we have 33 by agreement with 5 jurisdictions. Flower Mound, Louisville, Highland Village, the Colony, and Carrollton. They're all NASRO trained. We focus on the National Association of School Resource Officer advanced level training, and we really preach the triad approach. When you hear, or there's a concept out there that a law enforcement officer in the school is just that, it's a law enforcement officer. Slightly, but if you look at the triad, that's one component to this. They do just as much teaching, mentoring, informal counseling. It's a lot more. It's a school-based law enforcement approach, and I wanted to highlight it. This is not, I mean, if someone does something illegal, there's definitely a process for that, but they do so much more with the students, and I'll highlight just my own personal experience. My son got to know Officer Harney quite well at Highland Village Elementary. Great relationship. Always checks in on them, you know, built that open dialogue, and that's what we really want to see with our SROs is it's not just an officer catching bad guys, and it's not that, it's really building the relationship. Always having a door open, always wanting to listen and help you talk through and work through issues. And I think that just highlights, you know, he was excited that I was going to see you tonight. So, and that's where we wanted to highlight elementary rover versus elementary SRO. So your 2 SROs are trained in school-based law enforcement. They received the NASRO advanced training. They follow the triad process. The elementary rover really is, you know, and it's a law enforcement officer popping in, checking a school to make sure it's safe, and really moving on to the next one. So they are a little different. We are probably, you know, we're working towards building that in as other cities come on, but through budgeting timelines and hiring limitations, it will take a few years. But I want to just highlight that y'all are ahead of the game on that. It's much appreciated. And you know your guys. They are great. Like I said, it was an honor to have him as school resource officer for my son. They make a great impact, and you're very lucky for those guys. A little bit about our department, only because I don't have, you know, a full dispatch center, but we do have 24/7 monitoring. Here's our security center. 24. I mean, we have 6 folks rotating in and out like nights and weekends. We monitor our cameras. We have access control. We know when we see your officers in our buildings doing training at night or on weekends, which they do regularly. You know, we see it, teachers coming in, setting off alarms. We apologize for those. We see it. We have radio communications. We can hit every school within our 127 square miles from in here through our radio program. They have campus radios. We're also monitoring local police and fire channels as well. Access control, actually, you can kind of give an example. Whenever we see that gray right there, that's usually something wrong with the card, like access denied. So we actually start pulling that up and try to figure out, is that really Miss Sally whose card that is, who's using it, why is it denied? We've also used that situation where, let's say it's a fire department was coming in one time and they didn't have time for, or they haven't got to the Knox box yet. We saw them on camera, we were releasing the lock for them and they were coming in that way, even though they have means to get in as well. We have our emergency management coordinator. We have, we're actually a staff of 12 and possibly moving up to 13 with that canine handler. So definitely come a long way than from just one person. And that's kind of the highlight of what's been done with the bond, what's been happening this summer, and where we're going this year. I just want to say again, for me, the partnerships and the communication we have with our cities is probably the most important part. And I would like to say, I feel they're very strong. We have colleagues that when we go to conferences, sometimes I scratch my head listening to how they interact with cities. And that's not how it is in LISD. I don't think it's how it is in North Texas, but for us in our 6 cities, we appreciate the open dialogue, partnerships. Every time we have a need, it seems like y'all are there because ultimately it's our kids. It's our families that are in these schools. So I appreciate that, the partnerships, the commitment, and I believe we are ready to say we are ready for school year 22-23, and it starts tomorrow, and away we go.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
I appreciate you doing this for us. I did have one question for you, though. You were quite extensive on your description of what takes place behind the scenes and the resources that you put into this and the districts put into it. You didn't, though, cover anything as it would relate to what we see, right? For example, what takes place when a student comes into the building? How do you know, or how do the security officers know that there's an issue with that individual? What keeps them from bringing a weapon on campus?
That's a tough question because ultimately we don't do metal detecting. Most schools do not use metal detecting. We bump into a major issue when it comes to throughput when we go into those.
Right.
The schools aren't built that way. We really focus on the random searches by our canine detection. We run through parking lots, we run through classrooms, and those dogs are trained on gunpowder. So we focus on the randomness because also we all know that if you put a metal detector at the front door, especially in secondary, these kids can see what we're doing and they will find a way around it. So we like to approach it on the random side of things. There are some technologies out there that are interesting. We actually are going to a concert venue that's running these new sensors that we're taking a peek at to see if that's something. But the throughput is our issue. I'd never want to talk bad about other schools. I mean, like I see the Dallas ISD clear backpack policy. I have a clear backpack in my office with 4 fake weapons hidden in plain view in that backpack. So sometimes what some folks feel is the solution is really a feel-good solution. It's not stopping the situation. And so the randomness is what we're talking about. Our secondary mainly are required to have their photo student IDs. So like if they're coming in on the backside of a campus in the student parking lot, our post security guard on that side is checking for IDs. We do have the occasional situation where someone's using a fake or an old one, and we are catching that. In fact, we're changing some of the designs to make sure that one year it's different than the other. Usually it's a color. Elementary is a little different. I mean, ultimately you'll see with the inside intruder, not intruder, but the inside security vestibule, it's going to get a little bit tighter when it comes to arrival time. But our focus it's still, we want our schools to be community oriented, family oriented. We're not, we want folks involved. We want parents, grandparents. We want that. And so it's a healthy balance. And that's kind of what we're having to balance right now.
You use canines at every campus?
We use them in secondary schools and as requested at elementary. And I'll tell you this, the elementary, I've done it twice at request, It wasn't for a gun situation. It was they found a piece of residue that concerned them. Ran the school, but it's usually,
On demand.
it's on, for elementaries, it's on demand. In 10 years, it's only been requested twice.
Appreciate it.
Is LASD the largest district in the state without its own school police department? Who is?
Largest one, I don't know up here, Arlington ISD doesn't, Fort Worth ISD doesn't. School district police departments, I think, are a double-edged sword in some situations. I like to highlight, if we have partnerships with our local police departments, which our communities trust and put faith in, I believe it's our responsibility to help find ways to support them, because ultimately, I really don't want to dissect Uvalde, but I think you're seeing what happens when you can put an understaffed, under-equipped, under-trained police department in a response that warrants trained, well-trained, well-equipped, well-staffed departments. In North Central Texas, with Frisco, Plano, these police departments are top of the line. I mean, Highland Village, they have the training budgets, the personnel budgets that I don't want us to compete, because I don't think we would put forward
And I get that, and where I'm going is, I know we're fortunate here, we have the ability to do that, but I know there's schools in our district, in other cities who will remain nameless, that might get a visit once a week. And it's just, yeah, just curious what the logic was or the reasoning behind that for other districts, like I said, police departments for years.
But, so I'll highlight that real quick. So you're saying in our schools, we don't have officers visiting, or is that?
No, I said that, we have people there all the time, other cities don't. Not all of them,
Yeah.
but some of them.
So with the new Rover program, that's kind of changing, and some folks will call it a Highland Village model. I think that y'all really set forth the trend. The concept is they are going to be visited regularly. In fact, we believe that you'll have an officer popping in at least once a day. Of course, we want to do the random side of things. We don't want anything predictable to where the school will have this officer here in the mornings and there in the afternoons. We're going to kind of challenge and move that around. But that will be different going as of starting tomorrow. You'll see a very different presence at all of our schools. So.
Anybody else? Steve? You got one more part? Thanks, Matt.
Yep.
So what Matt left out on that, which is the biggest part with these guys coming in, we created two separate presentations. They're overlapping. David will speed up. He knows he's been given that cue when they actually touch the same things. Competence, confidence, that's what really I want to leave you with. The integration, the interaction and integration of SROs in our schools here is that other part of how they come into the school, okay? Is these guys, because of their interaction, the level of confidence from the kids and the ability for approachability, is we get a lot of information from kids, a lot. When someone's having a bad day, they know about it before the parents do. So we've interacted and stopped some major issues because kids cry out and say, hey, we just saw Johnny with such and such. And
The relationship is
the
invaluable.
relationship's huge. So these guys, why I'm so excited about getting them up here is they're not every single cop, most cops can't do it. Okay? They're just not wired to do traffic stops and domestics and things like that. To get down into kids level, which I was gonna preface, so when they get up here, remember, they talk in front of kids, okay? So, I don't know if they're gonna talk faster or slower for you, I'm not sure, but.
No spitballs, please.
No spitball. Now, like I said, we had to do the separate presentation just in case Matt didn't show it. And you needed to know what our guys do on a regular basis, and what they do, not just for the school, but for the city. They literally come in contact with our next generation. They're creating that foundation of good people. So, really cool. Thanks, David.
Thank you, Chief. Mayor Jaworski, Mr. Stevens, Council, thank you for having us tonight. We will move through this fairly quickly, but we definitely want to highlight what we do in a day's time, a year's time. But please let me take a second to thank Mr. Garrett for all the work that he's done before he arrived at LISD. Our SRO group was kind of a fragmented, we do our own thing in each city, kind of a group. Now we're a family, we train together, we have dinners together, we do different things together, and it's really brought everybody together. So where the SRO program is for LISD is to Mr. Garrett's credit. So thank you very much, and we appreciate it. So let's get started. Your SRO team consists of myself. I'm at Briar Hill Middle School, full-time. You will hear my administration talk about all the time how their middle school counterparts are jealous because they have a full-time SRO at their middle school. Not all middle schools have a full-time SRO. They're going to elementaries, kind of like I did before we brought on an elementary SRO. So they're very jealous. So you'll hear that at times. And then Officer Ben McKelvey covers Highland Village Elementary, McAuliffe Elementary, and Heritage. So just a real quick background. I'm a Master Peace Officer. That's the highest certification of peace officer that you can hold in the state of Texas. I am NASRO Basic SRO, Advanced SRO, mental health certified. I've been through the Supervisor's Management course, and so those are all the NASRO courses I've been through. You can see the hours out next, the amount of training that we've had. I am a standard response protocol trainer, so I can go teach different places, even public buildings. This is how you evacuate a building. This is what you do in a lockdown, things like that. So the training that we receive not only benefits the school district, but it benefits our community as well. School behavior threat assessment course. I'm a law enforcement teaching students, instructor, and I teach this in our classrooms. And I'm also certified in the civilian response to active shooter CRAZE course, so I can also take that to community as well.
I'm Ben McKelvey. I am an intermediate peace officer. I have one class left before I'm advanced, and I'm currently working on that, so we'll get that done soon. I've attended the basic and advanced SRO course, as well as the SRP Train the Trainer, the school behavioral threat assessment, and I'm also a LETS instructor in our schools.
So just a little bit about what kind of equipment that we have. When COVID started, the Chief Rhyme allowed us to begin to take home our patrol cars, and we have continued to do that since. And that's been a big help because we're not Monday through Friday 8 to 5. Okay, and any officer that thinks they're getting a Monday through Friday 8 to 5 job, they are very, very wrong. So the take-home patrol car is great. Also, it helps in our neighborhoods as well, because that car is parked in our driveways, and people see that, and may or may not help deter crime, but I'm thinking it does. So in those cars, we have a ballistic helmet, ballistic vest, and ballistic shield. We also have a full trauma med bag in our cars, okay? Officer McKelvey and I both still have a full trauma med bag with the AEDs, so we still have halo seals, we have quick clot, and then we have a Band-Aid for the scratch knee, all those things. So we both have patrol rifle and shotgun. We also, in our offices, the districts provided us a desktop computer. We also carry the LISD radios that you heard Mr. Garrett talking about. Officer McKelvey's got his on right now. We can talk to all of our schools, and then our department's cell phone. We'll skip through this, but we are NASRO trained, so carefully selected, specifically trained, properly equipped. Those are the folks that you have in your schools.
So we went over the training a second ago. That was additional training that we've both taken. This is the state mandated training. If you want to be a law enforcement officer inside of a school, you have to either take the school-based law enforcement 4064 course or the NASRO Advanced SRO course. We have taken both of those. And you also have to take the school-based law enforcement active shooter 2195 course, which we both had taken previously, and both took again just this past Sunday, 2 days ago. That's another great course. And those are both required by the Texas Education Code.
So the model that we follow, okay, you see at the bottom of every one of our slides is our school resource officer motto, what we go by, but we want to build relationships, build respect, and rapport, the 3 R's. It goes back to what you brought up earlier, the relationship. It all goes back to the relationship every single time, with an emphasis on safety and security. I know what I'm there for. Okay, I know I'm there to keep our kiddos safe, all right? And so does Officer McKelvey. And we also want to treat everyone with fairness, with an attitude of inclusivity, those kind of things, because we want every kid to feel protected and safe and like they're taken care of. Briar Hill Middle School, we have approximately 850 students. Highland Village Elementary has approximately 350 students. McAuliffe, and I keep saying students, but there are kids. 500 kids at McAuliffe and about 550 at Heritage. Y'all, that's 2,250 students. Kids, our kids, your kids, coming to our schools every day that we are trying to take care of and watch over, and we love doing it.
I'm gonna run through these, just to save some time. We're in contract, not negotiations with LASD, but they're updating some things that by contract, in order to get, salary, half of, Corporal Harney's salary is paid for by LISD, and we're moving to getting 3/4 of salary paid for Ben McKelvey. In order to comply with that, we have to meet the contractual obligations, so we won't go through these. We do them already. You'll see the next slides that Harney gets to is gonna show you that we go above and beyond all those minimums that they asked us for. Okay, thanks.
So that's the contractual agreements. You know, we'll go ahead and move to what we do. This is our expectation. This is my expectation of Officer McKelvey. This is Officer McKelvey's expectation of himself. And this is what Chief Rhyme and our admin has come to expect from us, because we do go above and beyond. So we're checking all doors inside and out for security every day. We check for hazardous conditions, you know, broken bottles, maybe a gas can that fell out of a trailer, something like that, you know, anything that might harm our students on the outside of the building or inside. Verify that our cameras are functioning and they're not obstructed. If we have a camera issue, all we have to do is call Mr. Garrett and his staff and they take care of it. And then we walk other parts of our campus, maybe the Briar Hill football field, you know, the playgrounds, parking lots, the recess areas, just to check, make sure things are safe. I mean, you find dangerous things and dangerous people out and about, so we check those things. Back to the relationships. We want to build and maintain relationships with students, teachers, admin, staff, and parents. We can't do it without the buy-in of the parents, okay? I mean, y'all know, y'all have had kids at our school and you understand, and Officer McKelvey will go through some of those.
So school safety is our priority. Kids' safety is our priority. But building relationships is kind of our bread and butter. That's where we spend the majority of our time and as many school activities as we can. We sit at lunch with kids almost every day. If, you know, every week we ask patrol to come, they come and sit at lunch. We just listen to them, talk to them about grades, about their crushes. We talk to them about everything. We're our guest readers, typically in the smaller classrooms with kindergarten and first grade, picture books and stuff, walking around the class. We're also asked to be guest speakers. A teacher will ask us to come in and talk about something that maybe we have more knowledge about, and we can talk to their students about that. We also have field days. These are some of our favorite days ever. We get out and run with the kids and throw water balloons and just get to have fun with them. We also have special events. We have, each school has their own special event, the carnival. We all know the chili cook-off, Hawk Fest, and the school safety fair. And we get as many people out as we can, for safety reasons, get flow of traffic, flow of, foot traffic, as well as just being out there in our community.
So to add to the safety fair, we're gonna have a big safety fair at Briar Hill, September, October-ish, where one of the leading, drug interdiction, officers in the nation, his name's Tall Cop Says Stop. He's gonna come out and talk to parents about, hey, this is what you could find in your kid's bag. This is what they might be smoking. This is where they're hiding it, all those things. And that's gonna be a parent night, the community night for people to come in and hear from him. And really, as a parent, have your socks blown off because you're like, great, now I gotta check this. So, but we also have the first day of school coming up tomorrow. It's all hands on deck tomorrow. From Chief Rhyme all the way through patrol. We're all out there. We're trying to get traffic moving. I want to keep traffic off 407, I promise, okay? So that's a big thing for us. And then we've just finished up our student orientation, meet the teacher, and we'll have open houses later on this month.
We also have our Let's program, which we kind of touched on earlier, law enforcement teaching students. We get into all three of our 5th grades and our 7th grade classrooms. And we just talk to them about good character, making good choices, things like that to help them be good citizens and good students. We also have Career Day and Career on Wheels. That's where we get to bring our cars out. We open all the doors, turn our lights on. All the kids put on the helmet and the vest and the shield. And it's that hands-on experience for them to see kind of what we do. We have Stand Up to Bullying Week, which we do along with LISD Kindness Week, and we kind of work those together. Then we have Red Ribbon Week, which is where we talk about the dangers of drugs and alcohol. And there are speakers that come out during lunch and talk to them, and then we go into the gyms with all the kids, and we have these drunk goggles that impair your vision, and we play games with them, and we keep it light but informative at the same time. We also have a bike safety and bike rodeos, which is where we just teach the kids safety about getting to and from school and riding on the road and up at the shops on their bikes and scooters and everything, and just how to be smart and think about what they're doing. We also conduct quarterly active shooter training, and we do that with everybody in our department. We do it every quarter. We move around to different schools, and that's so our patrol guys can get the layout of the schools, get familiar with it, because we know our way around. We know the pass-throughs. We're very familiar. But this is one way we can get patrol out there. We can put on our gear, kind of run through some scenarios, get their minds working. And the schools love when we come out as well.
Just to add to that, we're updating all the maps in our patrol cars with the latest LISD maps. They get laminated maps in their cars. We're going to start doing more tabletop exercises with our patrol guys and everybody in the PD, including dispatch. Roll out a map of Briar Hill Middle School, and it doesn't have to be an active shooter. It could be a disaster, a train derailment, a plane crash, whatever. But I'm going to say, hey, this side of the building has a gas leak. You need to go. What are you going to do? How are you going to flow traffic? Things like that. And we're going to talk about it. There's not a wrong answer. We just want to make sure everybody's on the same page. So we're gonna be doing more of those things over the school year as well. So real quickly, when we do have to enforce, we use our value-based policing model, okay? When something comes up, we're gonna determine the level of response needed and the potential outcomes for everybody, okay? The best outcome for everyone, everybody involved, the victim, the suspect, we're gonna work together. We always work closely with the school admin, counselors, and our investigators. Okay, and things, there'll be times where Mr. Garrett will call me and go, what's going on at Briar Hill? You know, because it starts going through the district, we already know. We work with students to help them understand the consequences of their decisions, whether they're good or bad. And then we incorporate our police involving parents program so that we can pull mom and dad in and say, hey, you know, this delinquent behavior, this criminal behavior, we really need you to help step in because it's your kid and, you know, we need you to start helping with this. So we involve the parents a lot as well. So this is what sets us apart. Right here, the number one is we have an officer assigned to the elementary schools, okay? We started that about 4 or 5 years ago. That started with Officer Anita Boudreau, and then Officer McKelvey has stepped in and done a great job. But he's there touching those campuses every day. Our commitment to building positive relationships, it's all about the relationship. Kids, staff, parents, the PD. We're bridging the gap between the PD and the kids. We're bringing everybody together. That's our hope every day. These right here, these four, these are out of the mouths of my administrators. And these are not my words. They feel like the amount of time spent in the classroom is huge. The amount of lunches that we have with students and how much we listen to them, that's another thing that they really love. That we know the students and their interests, okay? I know that Mr. Garrett's son is a huge Longhorn fan, and it wears me out, you know? So, but, you know, we banter back and forth over stuff like that, but we know our kids, and we're visible, and we participate in school activities. Officer McKelvey and I are as many activities as humanly possible. And our collaboration and participation is paramount. We're even off duty. We're at Marcus games. We're doing things with people. I just got back from Young Life Camp with junior high kids. They go to my school, you know, as a camp counselor. So we're doing things with the community, not just in uniform. So interaction versus reaction, okay? We are going to interact with these kids, not react to them, okay? The minute you start reacting to a kid, they've got you, okay? They've got you, and they're going to run circles around you. So we're going to interact with them first.
So our focus is obviously on the school year. So when school's out, these are kind of our objectives. So we help out on patrol. Sometimes they get really busy, guys take off for the summer, stuff like that. So we fill in, get our feet wet on patrol a little bit, answer some calls, take some reports. We are up at the shops a lot. We're on foot patrol, talking to shops managers, talking to the shops owners, things like that. We're also out there because that's where the kids go. And we know the kids, and we can talk to them, and they can listen to us. More so, just somebody with a badge. We can talk to them on deeper level. We also have a couple of camps in our city, Camp on the Lake, which is at YMCA. And we have our Highland Village Kids Camp, which is Kid Venture at Doubletree. And both of us took time every week to stop by those, talk to the counselors, talk to the kids. I know that YMCA had kids all the way from White Rock come in bus to the camp. So we got to interact with kids we don't normally see and get that positive relationship going. We stopped by 948 at the senior center and visit with them, play some games. And we also stopped at our parks a lot because we wanted to keep that relationship going over the summer. We didn't want to have that 2-month gap. Keep it going so that when the school year starts, we're not starting. Corporal Harney and I both attended the NASRO conference in Denver this year, and it was great. We got to listen to some incredible speakers, got to meet some other SROs that are passionate about the job, and they had a bunch of breakout sessions about elementary programs or school law updates, things like that. A lot of good education as well. And then we save our vacation for when school's out. We do our best not to take any time off during the school year. We want to be present. We want to be visible. So Thanksgiving, Christmas, spring break, and summer is where we focus our time off.
So just to add real quick to the NASRO conference, I know that we're getting really close on time, and so I'm going to finish up real quick. But at the NASRO conference, we heard from folks like Lieutenant Brian Murphy, who was the first responding officer at the Sikh temple shooting in Wisconsin a few years ago. He came under fire from the active shooter and was shot 15, 20 times and survived. I mean, the guy's a warrior. We heard from Michelle Gay, who is a mom that lost a daughter at Sandy Hook. She also brought with her the first responding officer that responded to Sandy Hook and ran in the building as they're taking fire, bullets bouncing at their feet and things. They still went in and attempted to save lives. We also heard from Frank DeAngelis, who was the principal at Columbine during that horrible event, and we visited the Columbine Memorial, and very, very sobering, very hallowed ground. It was very touching, but we went and we got a lot from the conference, and we brought back some educational things for our kiddos, and we just got to hang out with other SROs that really love their job. Mr. Garrett was there with his family. We had a great time. Officer McKelvey got to play cards with his sons in the airport for several hours on the way back. But it was a great team building time, a great time. We came back emotionally exhausted. I definitely will tell you that. And then it's big, big, big for me that we don't take leave during the school year. When you're building those relationships, those kids expect you to be there every day. And when you're not, when I had COVID in 2020 and I didn't show up to work for 2 weeks, they were like, "We thought something happened to you." And I was like, "Yeah, I did." But they expect you to be there. And so if we can be there, we're going to be there. So we're going to leave you with some pictures of what we do. This is what we do, y'all. This is what we do. First and last day of school. Career day, we talked about it. Kids with our equipment on, playing with the shields, getting the auxiliary involved, getting other officers involved. Law enforcement teaching students. During this class, we also ask our students to pick a service project. Okay, it's important for them to learn to give back to the community. At Heritage this year, our kiddos collected over 15,000 diapers for Young Lives, which is our our teen pregnancy group that's affiliated with Young Life here in Louisville, and we do a lot of work with them all through the year. But they came through in a big way, so we brought them an ice cream party. Veterans Day, where we get to celebrate the most brave in our country, and we appreciate their service and things. Red Ribbon Week, we talked about it. There's Officer Ben acting just like the kids. That's why we love having him at the elementaries. Toy Drive, we're partnering with the community collaboration, working with everybody in the community. Fall Festival, even Commander Schlichter will come out and let his hair down some, all right? But we have a good time. Chili Cook-Off, just like everybody says, Chili Cook-Off is head and shoulders above the rest, okay? At least that's what Jennifer Mattingly will tell you. Hawkfest, they moved Hawkfest back to their campus this year. It had that hometown feel again. It was really nice to have it back there. Briar Hill Spring Formal, we go to provide security, but we have a great time, all right? We enjoy ourselves and get to hang out with the 8th graders. Class visits, this little guy right here, great guy. He gave Officer Ben gave him his card one day, said, "Hey, if you ever need anything, let me know." Soon dispatch was calling him saying, "Hey, do you know this student?" He said, "Yeah, he's on the phone. He wants to talk to you." Officer Ben got on the phone with him and said, "What's up, man?" He goes, "I just wanted to make sure that you would answer." He did. So that's what these students expect from us. And then our community collaboration. We're working with folks at Marcus. I've got 2 kids at Marcus, so that's very close to our heart. Landing the Chinook at Briar Hill this year, getting everybody out in the schools, looking at these kiddos, having lunch with our administrators. This guy right here, he's my favorite, okay? But this is what we do, y'all. This is our everyday. Any questions?
Thank you for what you do.
Very much. Appreciate it.
Sorry, Paul, I was gonna cut him off, but it was just too good.
No, but they need to go home.
Early mornings in the morning.
Yeah, we do have early mornings, but thank y'all. I'm sorry that we did take up so much time, but we appreciate y'all and your support of the SRO program.
Thank you, David.
Thank you.
See you in the morning.
Yes.
Bright and early. Hopefully much better than your budget stuff coming up.
All right, item number 2 is a presentation on Highland Shores Boulevard Mobility Study. Good luck.
We got 5 minutes, Paul?
Exactly. That's all they left you. You got a lot of slides.
Should throw a box of donuts outside and they'd left. I say that because they're going.
They're watching.
So we, Public Works is taking a look at Highland Shores Boulevard, a continuing look. This is not the first time, this is a continuation in, so talking about Highland Shores Boulevard, what are the characteristics of Highland Shores Boulevard? It's a residential street. It's a street that goes to schools, leads to schools. It's a street that has a community center on it. It's kind of the main drag through Highland Village. The traffic impact on Highland Shores Boulevard is roughly 6,500 to 7,000 cars a day. That increases significantly at Village Parkway. FM 2499 has an accident and closed it down in the southbound direction, and the cars use it as a cut through. In 2010 time frame, the blue section here was reconstructed. That's the asphalt section. The asphalt section was built in mid to late 80s. The pinkish section here was constructed roughly in the early to mid 90s. And then the green section finished it out in the late 90s. Connected into, at that time, a blacktop Village Parkway that went one way southbound. Now Section 4 is constructed and Section 5 is constructed, so Village Parkway goes all the way to I-35E. In the event that there are wrecks in the southern section of 2499, whether it be in, Highland Village, we're at the FM 407 intersection, and it starts to back up. Highland Shores Boulevard does act as a minor arterial. It's not considered an arterial like a farm to market road, but it acts as a minor arterial. So with the section reconstructed in the 80s or in 2010, we took Highland Shores Boulevard and divided it into 3 sections. Again, Village Parkway to Twin Coves is mid 90s to right at 2000. Briar Hill to Twin Coves is mid 90s. Briar Hill to Highland Village Road is roughly the 80s, mid to late 80s. So we looked at it, and our objectives now are to look at the pedestrian vehicle safety, accessibility, the maintenance, drainage, and aesthetic enhancements. In 2014, we commissioned Kimley Horn to take a look at Highland Shores Boulevard. It's, perform signal warrant studies and sign warrant studies. At that time, the traffic pattern has not changed since that time. No signals warranted and no signs. And when I say signs, I'm talking about the intersections that have stop signs did not warrant those stop signs at that time. Still don't today. However, the traveling public is used to that. They've been installed since day one. Kind of used as a traffic calming device, although they're not typically used as, stop signs are not typically used as traffic calming devices. So we take a look at it in current time frame here, because my predecessor and Paul's predecessor, I was anticipating that Denton County would have another bond issue other than sooner than later, and it's happening now. The last Denton County bond issue was in 2008, and they are calling for projects now to do a bond package for transportation in the listed on the November ballot. So we did submit two projects. One of them is a section of Highland Shores Boulevard, and another project is a section of Highland Village Road. But we're just going to talk about Highland Shores today. So we identified the existing safety issues along Highland Shores Boulevard. Has narrow bike lanes, the pedestrian crossings. Some of the pedestrian crossings are crossings to nowhere. There's no lead up to it. There's a crossing, and then there's no sidewalk to carry you anywhere. Some of the landscape is overgrown, and so you have poor visibility of some of the intersections. Again, the frequent stop signs used for traffic calming that are not warranted. Inconsistent typical sections. Highland Shores was piecemealed together through many of the subdivisions of Highland Shores. If you don't know, Highland Shores is made up of 19 separate subdivisions, and if they touched Highland Shores Boulevard, that's when that section of Highland Shores Boulevard was constructed. There's large trees in the intersections, the sight triangles on the side streets to get onto Highland Shores Boulevard are not standard. And with the topography through the section, you have vertical curves and horizontal curves that cause sight issues as well. So rebuilding streets is, you can open up a menu and ask for what you want. Of course, everything costs some kind of amount of money. The more you want, the more it's going to cost you. So we did look at a lot of safety solutions, and we broke our safety solutions and aesthetics and reconstruction solutions into 3 options, A, B, and C, and we'll roughly go through those quickly, since I know Ken's just dying to get up. You guys are dying to talk about budget. Adding roundabouts for sight distance and traffic calming is one of our solutions. Narrowing traffic widths for traffic calming. Adding continuous medians to channel traffic and reduce U-turns, and that'll calm traffic. And when I say that, if you drive up down the boulevard now, you'll see gourd areas just painted in yellow. Well, that people just do U-turns in the middle of the parkway. That's a safety issue. We are proposing to reduce some of the pedestrian crossings at the intersections. And we've got some exhibits. What I mean by that is constructing some lead-up sidewalks, and then having one crossing to cross instead of 2 crossings. So we have a crossing that will go somewhere in compliance with the ADA. removing some of the large trees and the sight triangles in the turning medians. There's a lot of landscape on Highland Shores Boulevard that has actually reached end of life. A lot of the pepper pear trees right up and down through there. You can see they're all broke. They're at the end of life. They need to come out. And we have a solution for that as well. We would like to provide a consistent pavement section throughout the alignment. Again, some of the pavement sections being, I'm going to call it a hodgepodge put together road section throughout the years. Make it consistent, and that might mean that we have to go to Highland Shores HOA and obtain additional right of way or easement and rebuild a typical cross section that meets our current code. And eliminate or reduce the amount of median openings. Again, there's a lot of gourd painted median openings that we'd like those getting rid of. Accessibility issues. There's a lack of continuous connections of the sidewalks. Almost none of the ADA ramps are compliant. A lot of the paths, I'm not going to call them sidewalks, I'm going to call them paths up and down through there are not ADA compliant. There's a lot of trip hazards, uneven sidewalks, and that's just due to trees and ground shifting and just years lack of maintenance. And when I blame lack of maintenance, the Highland Shores Owners Association maintains that right of way other than the driving pavement. So we would also propose probably taking some of that over into a city asset if we rebuilt it. The sidewalks are narrow that are there. Pathways, sidewalks are narrow. Median noses are in conflict with the crosswalks. In other words, the concrete curb actually goes out into the painted crosswalk section, which is not ADA compliant. Again, there's an inconsistent right-of-way path, and there is a lack of access to the city trail connections along Highland Shores Boulevard. So this is what I'm talking about. A median nose goes out into the crosswalk. Then you can actually, that's a stop. There's no ADA ramp. There's an ADA ramp on the other side, but it's not a current guideline ADA ramp. There's none over here. And you have trip hazard here. And again, here's the crosswalk. So you have a median nose going out, even though it does go to a sidewalk on the other side. Our solutions for accessibility, connect the ramps to sidewalks and sidewalks to existing trails, whether that would be through pavement markings, bike lanes, golf cart lanes, walking lanes, painted on the pavement to get to the city trail. And we've identified a couple of those. There is a new ADA guideline. It's called PRO-A, and it's an acronym. It stands for Public Right-of-Way Accessibility Guidelines. This is what the PRO-A, this is what the state of Texas TxDOT is moving to. The feds haven't adopted it yet, but they're on their way to adopting it. TxDOT has adopted it, so we're going to go forward with designing all of our projects through PRO-A as well. Improving Highland Shores Boulevard intersections, ramps, relocating median noses out of the crosswalk, running 100-foot right-of-way along the alignment. Again, the right-of-way goes from 80 to 90 to 100. It's a hodgepodge through there. If it's consistent, we can design a good cross section, some pedestrian mobility. Adding bike lane markings between Highland Shores Boulevard and to connect with city trail. So like I said, we have identified several locations to get from Highland Shores Boulevard to the existing city trail. First one here is at Creek Haven. We can go down Creek Haven and hit Southwood, and then there's an existing city trail head that actually goes to Southwood Street. So we would complete that. This being Hillside, another route we can stripe on the road is coming down there to Kingwood, to Southwood or Woodside. And this is some soccer fields that are in the power line easement. Struck a small section of sidewalk to get to the existing city trail there. This being Timbercrest and Glen Ridge, we would come down here and hit an existing green belt that's in the HOA. Struck the paved sidewalk trail to the city trail here. And then another location would be Community Center Boulevard. So here's your community center, pool number 1, the Highland Shores well lots in here, tennis courts over here. We would utilize that ingress egress easement and make a trail connection there. And that's for bikes and the walking on golf course. Highland Shores Boulevard, being different ages, like I said, it's been rebuilt. The asphalt section was rebuilt roughly in the 2010 timeframe. It is now in need of some maintenance, and we have some money budgeted for that maintenance. Once we hit 1990, the city went to a new cross section. It's concrete streets, and at that time, our predecessors allowed contractors, the engineers, and to design, and the contractors could construct that road section without treated subbase. So we did our geotechnical report. It was noted that there's no subbase underneath Highland Shores. That's why you see it shifting and heaving and sinking and moving and breaking up. They just compacted the existing soil, 7 inches of concrete on there. At some places it's 7 inches, at some places it's 4 inches. So we're proposing treated subbase for sure as a place. Throughout the years, there's a lot of erosion at the culvert crossings. Private drainage leads out of some of the yards. There's a lot of backyards that back up to the boulevard. So drainage off of those yards come out to the right of way. Technically, it's greenbelt. Crosses the greenbelt into the right of way, and then which causes erosion over the years. A lot of shade from the landscape and the trees won't let the vegetation grow, so you have dirt. Dirt erodes easier than a root base type ground cover. And that's even in the asphalt section, we're starting to see a little bit of edge deterioration. This is a little bit of deterioration here. We have some drainage issues. You can see this very well, but there's a void underneath the path here, and then this is at hole there. This is at the creek crossing, the culvert crossing at Community Center. So our options, based on the geotechnical report, to modify the road, reconstruct the road for a 40-year life, pavement life, be adding a subbase, constructing the cross section with the proper amount of concrete panels, the thickness, remediate some of the groundwater issues in the area, which, believe it or not, are not that many. You would think that the groundwater issue is in one area, but it's actually not. Groundwater issue is in the Remington area.
Not the, not over by pool number 2, which is in the tennis courts, pool number 2, in between Hillside and Twin Coves is. TxDOT comes out and considers our 2 culvert crossings, the 2 major culvert crossings on Highland Shores Boulevard. They consider those bridges, so they come out annually and do bridge inspections for us. And they have repairs recommended, inspection reports, so we propose to make those. And improve the drainage system along the roadway. Some areas, or one of the options that we have is adding a curb and gutter section. It's expensive. Right now it is set up as rural drainage, no curb and gutter. There are several smaller culvert crossings that we would have to address. A lot of drainage issues here and there. Of course, groundwater is going to accelerate pavement subgrade deterioration. There is no subgrade. It's just dirt, over irrigation, shallow water table, since the lake is right there. When it rains in the rainy season, the water table comes up and you can see water surface on the pavement section itself, which is creating drop-offs and undermining pavement. Drainage from swales and roadways create source point runoff and erosion at the culvert sites. I have some pictures of that. Private property, French drain outfalls, and lack of erosion protection over years, being a root-based system, has led to some damage. So this section right here is erosion. This wall has sections out of it, we call them weep holes, and water, I didn't get a good picture of it, it's in here. Water will come through that, and it's concentrated right here, and it'll wants to erode around that weep. And this is a typical section that we're seeing where the ground is either settled. Here's the pavement is heaved. Our drainage solutions continue with the French drains and connect the private property French drains to an underground buried system that we either add or is existing. Placing compacted fill on all the pavement sections that are above the dirt sections, compact it and sod it to eliminate the drop-offs. We're going to have to evaluate the storm pipe condition and make needed repairs. And then as add-ons, additionals, if you have enough money to do certain things, add an additional underground stormwater structure. As I said before, we can construct a curb and gutter pavement section, although that's expensive. We do have a wish list. Like I said, road work can be like a menu, a restaurant menu. You can open up a menu and you can pick what you want. Everything has a price tag. So our wish list would be providing landscape at intersections to improve the visibility and enhance safety. When I say that, I'm talking about taking out the large landscape that's there now, the dying landscape, the end of life, and putting in some hardscape, and I have some pictures of that coming up. Hardscape landscape or some decorative landscape, crepe myrtle, not full, not trees that when they're full grown, they're 40, 50 foot with a trunk diameter of 16 inches. I'm talking decorative landscape. You can provide a 30-foot median with 17-foot parkways, drive lanes, or a 20-foot wide median with 22-foot parkways. It depends on how calm you want that traffic to go. You want traffic calming, you start shrinking the lanes, and that way they're not going meandering all over the place. With that, do we want to add an 8 to 12-foot pedestrian path to the median? If you widen that median, pull the path in to the center instead of on the edge, you can put one wide enough in there to take walking traffic, bike traffic, and golf cart traffic, as far as that goes. Another wish list is adding pedestrian lighting like that's along some of our city trail sections. Right here in front of the municipal complex. Low-level lighting, it's real soft, looks nice. Sorry. We can incorporate some of the large trees in the landscape plan, but we would have to take out quite a few of them. Add paving bands to the landscape beds. For those who don't know what that is, it's those little concrete borders that border landscaped areas. Providing enhanced bridge rail with veneers to separate bike lanes over our culvert crossings, and evaluate the franchise utilities in the area, electric, communication, gas, and if we need to move, we can do what we want to do. What we are, option A, what we are doing is replacing the pavement in its curved section, adding a roundabout at Hillside and Briar Hill as traffic calming, and we can remove 2 of the stop signs. Restriping to a narrow vehicle lane and widen the bike lane buffer. Adjusting the median noses out of the crosswalks, that's a safety issue that we need to address. Reducing the crosswalks to 1 at each intersection. ADA ramps.
Scott, are you gonna add 2 roundabouts at Hillside and Briar Hill, or is that just 1 roundabout?
2 roundabouts, one
Okay.
at Hillside, one at Briar Hill is what we're
Gotcha.
proposing.
All
right. Improving sidewalk connections, which we looked at. And this is the least financial impact. It addresses almost all the safety improvements and accessibility improvements. Maintenance.
I like the roundabout idea. You travel through South Lake and all that area. There's not a lot of stop signs, really good roundabout system. I mean, I think that's a great idea.
And I got some exhibits that show what we would, here they start now. So starting in the Area 1, this is Village Parkway to Twin Coves area. Adding the bike lanes. Here's an example of one crossing which crosses to an existing trail path that goes into the neighborhood and it goes into the existing path. Again, when you get to Creek Haven, one crossing which had to be on street here, but you can get them across to the path here. And this is also one of the areas that we connect to the city trail. Twin Coves, a sidewalk on Wood Lake we would connect to and get folks across Highland Shores Boulevard and connect them into the trail path here and explore pipeline easement. Here's one of the roundabouts that, actually it's both the roundabouts that we would. So this is a pool number 2 area. We would take away existing open median here. Doing now is a U-turn and then turning on the lakeside. We would open that up with a decel lane and an actual left turn lane onto Lakeside Drive, installing a roundabout at the hillside, connecting into the existing sidewalk system. And then down here at Timbercrest, which is on top of the hill, we would modify, this is one of the culvert crossings, modify the culvert crossing with safety enhancements for the walking and hiking public. Here's the Briar Hill section.
I'm curious
that we
how,
roundabout at.
I'm curious how a roundabout is gonna work there with daycare and the existing school traffic. It seems like it's gonna turn into pit road at the Indianapolis 500.
Yeah, when we restriped Briar Hill Boulevard, we put that suicide lane in there. They're supposed to utilize that. That might force them to utilize that, and also the daycare was supposed to come up with a plan to run through their parking lot in an old fashion instead of right now they're going in there and parking. So they're gonna have to make a choice and get their folks in and out in a fashion, much like schools do.
They do that.
They do.
I work there every day during COVID.
Okay.
And they come through rapidly, but it's still,
Still backs
you're
up
backed up on both directions because you can't move them through
when you've got
any faster.
Briar Hill McCullough traffic coming through there at the same time.
You know, the only thing I can say to that is, it's 15 minutes, maybe 20.
Yeah.
And it self-regulates down to nothing. I mean, you can't help it. The school zones do the same thing. Two schools located in Briar Hill Boulevard. It's 30 minutes of chaos and then it's calm for the rest of the day.
I mean, you just have to make certain in that section that there are those straight lanes and turn lanes in both
Right,
directions.
and we stripe it.
Yeah.
So,
Give enough time to get off.
Where would you propose putting the bike path at Briar Hill? If you did a roundabout? Currently it crosses at the south side.
right now, with the current section crosses into the turn lane. It would be integrated into the sidewalk system here and that's right in here. And you would have one on both sides instead of just a one side. Moving up towards in the asphalt section, Remington and Rainy area, enclosing some of the medians. This is the Community Center Boulevard. We would modify this crossing here. We do have a funded project now. We can start design on and get this going now and that constructed. As well as in Rainy, connect the existing trail there now. Also adding a little section here, the trail, the bike lane kind of dwindles to nothing once you approach Highland Village Road to get the 2-lane to turn in the straight. We would propose continuing that bike lane or walking path up into here and connecting it into the existing trail intersection.
Taking additional easement.
It was going to take some additional easement. Highland Shores is really easy to work with, so I don't anticipate any issues if we need easement or right away.
If we decide to take a smaller width for the lanes to calm the traffic, allowing for larger bike lanes, that gives us an opportunity then to do something to protect the bike lane from the moving traffic.
That's an option. It's in one of our options, C, which is the
elaborate.
The,
Costly.
the wish list option, yes,
Yeah,
yes.
yeah, because it is costly. But it's something to consider. I've been on that bike path multiple times. I've walked it, I've been on my bike on it. It's not comfortable to ride. And I know
Right.
there's a lot of cyclists and groups that come through and have come, even the joggers at the cross-country, Marcus High School runs. And if we can
We're
do something
proposing
to
the-
protect them,
A wider path instead of the 3 foot that it is.
Yeah.
This is some of the intersection, ideas that we have. Moving larger trees back, where you open up your sight distance. This is an example of hardscape in a, intersection. Hardscaping some of the, medians is an example of what a crosswalk should look like. Median nose is pushed back, hardscape, rear shy, ADA ramp to ADA ramp. This is an example of a landscaped roundabout. Actually, at the, is it the Timber Crest intersection? I think it's Timber Crest, where they have a fountain. We would propose taking that fountain and moving it into the roundabout. Side. This is your outflow of the roundabout. It's landscaped. Crossings here, you got hardscape up front, so your sight distances are good.
what challenges do we have on the roundabout with our department and the larger equipment at the city?
They're wide enough to
accommodate
handle.
turning.
The
It looks
radius,
like that
the
one's
radius
got
and
the-
the width is wide enough.
It looks like that one, where the red is, it's kind of a lay down curve there, so.
There's a truck
There's a
apron
bigger,
that goes around for vehicles that have the small ramps. And utilize that.
So option B, which is now you're getting into your enhanced options, include all option A, which we just talked about. Adding or expanding the right of way to 100 foot. Adding additional roundabouts. Creek Haven, Twin Coves, and Timber Crest, and Rainy intersections, which basically removes the rest of the stop sign. Improving some of the storm sewer that's in conflict with the underground systems. Adding a street curb and gutter section, 11-foot vehicle lane, 7-foot bike lane, 10-foot turn lane, so it's doubling, more than doubling the existing bike lane. And this is also adding the 30-foot wide median, 5-foot sidewalks on both sides of the roadway. Like you only have one side of the road. And again, removing some of the vegetation that's impeding sight. These are some of the exhibits for that proposal. Option B. Remember, this is getting more and more expensive now. So your sidewalks, your bike lanes, your roundabouts, your closed medians now. Same down here. This is modifying this even further. This section here is in, this section here is in option A, but it continues. And continues to as well. Continuing up to the Lake Cove area, now we're in the asphalt section. We're proposing closing the medians here, putting a roundabout at Rainy. These are some of the examples of the landscape sections that we would look at to, now for site distancing. You can see the lower style landscape. Opens up site distances. Safety buffer, median, and then the path, the trees on the outside of the paved section. Again here, same thing. These trees are larger, so even with the larger trees, your sight distance is well exceeds what the minimum standard is. And this is a 10-foot trail section that meanders. This one, you actually have a berm with some larger trees, some modern landscaping ideas. So option C is the most expensive, and it's A and B, and adding in some more dollars. And this is adding in an 8 and 12-foot multi-use meandering path in the median. So it's the cross section that's making the median into that 30-foot median, and then putting the path down the center instead of on the perimeter. This is also where we're adding pedestrian lighting, adding some benches here and there, landscaping the beds, and adding the border bands and some paver accents. And we'd start that starting at the Remington area, the Rainy roundabout. So here's your path coming down the center. This is an example of some softscape, and in here it's low level. It's just flowers planting, and then you have the instead of the large trees in the median, you have some controlled crepe myrtles. Hardscape here, and then you have the band, landscape band that goes around there with some smaller ornamental trees. Just another example. The landscape's pushed back where your sight distances are appropriate. Large hardscape area, it's a decel lane, which is a turn lane. Xeriscape in a median, and then this is what we would propose as a protected pedestrian crossing over the bridge culverts. Granted, this is 2-lane, we would only have one separation. Do a little pony wall, or you can do kind of a curb, an 8-inch curb. That'll protect the car from drifting into it. Again, low-level landscaping with the band, landscape band, border band, smaller trees. This is another example of the pedestrian area. You see the curb. Landscape banding.
What is the concern for not doing landscape between the roadway and the bike paths, walking paths? Why would you not want to do some landscaping there? Especially in Highland Shores Boulevard, there's a lot of well water usage.
Right.
To keep landscape alive.
In between a path and the road section, it will grow and it'll overhang into the road section. So we would propose having it in the center. Just much like
Clean ice there.
2499.
Which is low, it's low growth.
Low growth, low maintenance, xeriscape type. Right now, they got a lot of live oaks and repairs that are at the end of life. And we would also work with the HOA to hopefully cost participate in some of the landscapes. They collect dues for it. These are some examples of some seating areas, which is an ADA guideline requirement. After so many feet, and you're supposed to have a seating area. Path lighting. So all options incorporate traffic calming measures. Give a complete street section all the way through, reducing the number of intersection crosswalks. We would consider raised pavement crossings at those intersections. Rough pavement strips is an option that we can put in for traffic calming. Looking at the site distance triangles at the intersections, taking care of the drop-offs, roundabouts, vehicle lane narrowing, and widening. The improved pavement section would update our details. We would do erosion repairs, groundwater containment, get it where it needs to be. Water leak repairs along Highland Shores Boulevard, mainly the irrigation. We have to work with the HOA on making those repairs. Reducing long-term maintenance needs up and down the boulevard. Of course, re-landscaping, adding hardscape, some enhancements, and roundabouts can improve aesthetics and traffic calming. So, as I said, there's three options. Option A, these are our engineering estimate costs. Section 1 again is the Village Parkway to Twin Coast. Section 2 is the section that we turned into the Denton County bond package. That would be from Twin Coast to Briar Hill Boulevard. Section 3 is asphalt section. You add in option B, starts getting significantly higher in price. Platinum package, which is going to be most expensive. However, this is not something that we would propose building all at once. It would be a phased approach, of course.
Would option A be phased as well?
And,
Would option A be phased as well?
option A, we have the means to build it now. Providing the Denton County bond passes, which see that not happen.
Is there a
Gonna
cap
go
on the
November and vote.
bond package?
What we submitted to them was I think a total project cost of just over 9 million.
9 million.
And what they're looking at doing is, most projects, there's some exceptions, but for most of those, funding at 50%. So the city would have to pick up the remainder.
We submitted just for the Highland Shore section 9.32 million, and they have on their presentation 4.6.
What would you recommend?
I recommend A for sure, and then any desires that council would like to see in the cross section. Whether it be enhanced bike lanes, I'm hearing.
Secure, protected.
Protected bike lanes.
So
So I'm hearing that.
when has it been presented? I mean, has it been presented to the bond of Denton County?
They've had 2 meetings and they
Did
have
one
presented
today.
both. And now they're preparing a resolution to add it to their November ballot.
Well, I'd recommend that I mean, A, I like B. But I'd like to see us have a different, planning, different workshop to dig deeper. But once we know what kind of money is going to go into the bond issue. I mean, right now it's speculation. Nearly everything in B looks good. A lot in C doesn't look good. be a throwaway. But then, have the detailed discussion at a workshop.
I would agree. And I agree with you. I like B better than I do A. And I think C is way out of there. But I think that we need to have is something aside from this to pan all it out and dig into it.
And there's no doubt, there's some big discussions there. That, if you go to B, that changes the whole appearance and flow of Highland Shores Boulevard. Some great changes, I think. Scott, I do want to ask you though, the bond meeting, I guess you went to the meeting today. The county's intent is to put that on their agenda next week and then authorize the call for the bond election. And if anything,
In November.
and if something didn't change, they're looking at $500 million.
It's the same presentation as they did
Okay, no change.
a couple weeks ago.
But I would think that if we're going to be involved in the decision, I would agree with John, it takes more of a focused effort than an early
Certainly
session
does.
here.
Yeah, this is only the beginning.
We do, every year, we do a workshop or a retreat or whatever. This would be something we would put on that agenda.
I agree.
Okay, good.
Or earlier, we can have this thing shovel ready pretty quick.
Don't use that phrase.
You've heard that, haven't we?
But I wanted to give a shout out to SBI Engineering. We have Mike Burge here, who is one of the principals. And Mike Burge has been with us as GVW Engineering, PW2 Engineering, and now they're SBI Engineering for 20 years plus. And then Donna Manhart is the project lead on this project, and Donna has 21 years of CIP and transportation experience with the city of Garland, and she's a valuable asset. And she's the one that created all the exhibits for this. So I want to give her a big shout out.
One last question. So the judges will make the decision on putting on the bond package at their next meeting.
Yes.
It goes in the bond package, yay or nay. But at that point, we will know what ours would be in the bond package.
Yeah.
Okay, and the bond is all or nothing.
I believe it will be just one big vote. I know what they did in, 2008, they had some building projects and other things.
So we've
roadway.
got time after they decide to put it on a bond package to have a workshop.
Oh,
Even
yes,
before
do.
we get into,
Oh, yeah.
okay, good.
And even with that amount, there's some flexibility. If we decide to do less, we can maybe extend into a different section, or if we need to just contain it to one section. There's some maneuverability.
We have some money earmarked, and then
Some park funds, that's what I heard.
bond. Park funds, you ever take everything,
Oh, I'm sorry.
and the new fire truck.
Yeah. Good.
Other than that, sorry, Ken.
Thanks.
Got 3 minutes.
We got a meeting started.
3 minutes or less.
Anything else real quick? All right, so
Not quite.
what we're gonna do, I'm gonna jump to number 5, because I think what we're gonna do is we're gonna move 3 and 4 to late work session. Kevin assured me earlier that he can do 4 like in 60 seconds. But we'll save it just in case, because I know there's gonna be some questions or some comments. So we'll move those 2 to late work session. And so we'll move on now to item 5 for clarification on anything on the action agenda. Anybody got any questions or anything like that?
And I know it's already set in stone, and I know that's the name of the building, but does barn sound like I know that's the name of the building. Is that how about venue or, I mean, it just
City
doesn't
center.
seem, it doesn't seem like a great tribute that you're named after a barn. And I know what the building is, and it's a ranch, and it looks like, it's got a barn on a farm or whatever. Is that the word we want to use? I mean,
We can
just throwing that out there. It just seemed kind of like a downer.
We can certainly discuss it. I think John's got a point he wanted to
I'm
make.
gonna
when
bring
it
something
comes
up.
As well.
Okay.
And then just real quick, I just wanted to say, on the resolution, I just wanted to make a point, that, just so everybody's clear, this resolution that we're doing, I think the verbiage is in there, but it's worded the way it is because it's the only tool that we have at our disposal to express our opinion about DCAD in general. So there's no tool for us to say whether or not we have confidence in a chief appraiser. this is the only tool we have in which we can do that. That's the reason why it's set that way, and we'll talk about it more during regular session, but anybody have any other questions or comments about anything on the agenda? All right, so we'll adjourn early work session at 7:29.
Couple to go in there. Yeah, if y'all are available.
Good evening and welcome to the Highland Village City Council meeting. Mr. Herman? Good evening, everybody. Welcome to the Highland Village City Council meeting. Today is Tuesday, August 9th. The meeting is called to order at 7:38. And let the record show all council members are present. Councilman Fiorenza is going to lead us in a prayer and a pledge. All yours.
Please bow your heads. Gracious and Heavenly Father, as we gather this evening to deliberate the business of this community, we ask for your guidance, your wisdom, and loving care. We thank you for the many blessings you have bestowed upon us, and we ask that you keep all of the leaders of this community in the way of righteousness and peace. Wrap your loving arms around all first responders in our community and those that work tirelessly to spread peace, love, and harmony around the world. We are grateful for the care and protection, and that we ask that you return them safely to their families each day. Father, a special prayer is asked for the care of the sick, those in need, the elderly, and those with mental or physical challenges to bring them peace, good health, and hope. We ask for an end to wars and strife around the world and the ushering in of a new era of peace and cooperation among all human beings. In Jesus' name we pray.
Amen.
I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Honor the
Texas flag, I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
Thank you, Councilman Fiorenza. Moving on to visitor comments. Anyone wishing to address City Council must complete a speaker's request form and return to the City Secretary in accordance with Texas Open Meetings Act. Council is restricted in discussing or taking action on items not posted on the agenda. So if we don't respond to you, don't be offended. It's because we can't. Action on your statement can only be taken at a future meeting. In order to expedite the flow of business and to provide all visitors the opportunity to speak, the mayor may impose a 3-minute limitation on any person addressing council, and then a 30-minute time allotment is set in this section. Additional speakers can be heard at the end of the action agenda. We have one person who signed up to speak, Mrs. Thigpen, if you will, and give your name and address when you get to the podium to make it all official.
Okay. Well, this is first for me, so I'm a little nervous.
I promise we don't bite.
My name's Tammy Thigpen. I live at 482 Selmeyer Lane. My husband and I have lived here since about 2000. First off, I want to thank you all for all your service. I know it takes time out of your schedules, but we appreciate it, and thank you. Special thanks to the 3 of you that have responded to my emails. Sean, Dan, and John. Thank you so much. Not everything's been answered, but I'm working on it. Okay. I'm here regarding the apartments. My question has still not been answered in regards to why do we need them in our city, in our village? That's number one. There seems to be, in my opinion, a kind of a push, but maybe that's just the way things work, and I'm not familiar with it all. But are we on a time limit? I'm just curious about a lot of things. I want to urge all of you to take a long look at the reasoning behind the proposed apartments and truly identify if this option is financially necessary for our city and if the timing's right. Considering 500 residents, your constituents, aren't interested. They've signed a petition, you've received it, and they are not interested. So taking into consideration the impacts of the traffic, police, fire, school, utilities, taxes, it's just unnecessary, in my opinion, and won't help our city, our village at all. I am going to be sending an email to all of you this evening with one of our resident engineers that put together some information in regards to the impact that she has identified that doesn't actually, is not in agreement with what the developer has shown. And I think it'd be worthwhile. The other thing I'm going to include in that is my husband's letter that's already been submitted to City Council at one time. I think that it needs to be, I think it's worth reviewing again if you haven't read it, because I think it speaks for quite a few of your residents. And remember, all your residents, well, not all of them, but most of them maybe, are your constituents as well. And we would like to keep the village the way it is. And thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. Anybody else? Mrs. Miller? Mark, if you want to make your way up. Thank you, ma'am.
Mark Solo, 730 Oak Hollow Lane, 29 years in Highland Village. I know it's not on the agenda, so you can't respond to it, but I wanted to get on the official record with this statement because it was a question that I asked the previous meeting. It was never answered, and I want to at least plant the seed. So you guys, I've done some research, just so you'll know very quickly. If we do a 4-story building, which was what was proposed, that requires a ladder fire truck. And a ladder fire truck takes about 2 years to get. It costs about 1.3 to 1.5 million, and then another $500,000 to put all the hoses and all the equipment on it that's required. It takes a crew of 4 specially trained firemen to run it, so we'd have to have 3 shifts of those. That's 100,000 times 12, so that'd be a 1.2 million in salary, ongoing salaries. And then probably if we had that many more firemen, we need another fire station, which we may need anyway. But my point is, the ladder truck is not just a capital investment; it's a labor-intense cost for the city. It seems like it would raise our taxes to pay for it because there's not enough new tax revenue from the people that be living in the apartment to pay for that truck that is required for that height. That's all. Thanks.
Thanks, sir. Was that it? Moving on to mayor and council reports on items of community interest pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551.0415. Council may report on following items: expressions of thanks, congratulations, or condolences, information about holiday schedules, recognition of individuals, reminders about upcoming city council events, information about community events, and announcements involving imminent threat to public health and safety. Does anyone on council have anything they need to report or would like to? Under condolences, I wanted to wish a happy birthday to Councilman Kicksmiller and Lombardo. One's birthday was the end of last month, the other's later this month. Thank you. Thank you. Getting a year older, not a year younger. And then a reminder to all of our residents, school starts tomorrow, so please be mindful of kids meandering through the neighborhoods on their ways to and from school. Watch our crossing guards, follow their instructions, don't text and drive, mind your speed. I put a video out on Monday, thanks to the help of staff, as a reminder. So just let's get the school year off to a really good start. And I think that was it. Moving on to city and staff reports. Mr. Stevens, did you have anything you wanted to report?
You said what I was going to say, so we're good. Thank you.
All right. Do we have a village report? Hit it.
Lisby, and this is Awesome Times, and this is my husband, Jerry.
I had a vision for the food and kind of a vision for the space, but most of it was her vision, like on how things run.
We just wanted a place where people could come for a date night, or people could come with their family, and we tried to build a place that was super flexible, that everybody could enjoy, that was inviting and was accepting and casual, and just somewhere where you could come and have fun and enjoy the night and have an awesome time.
I waited tables in college, and my goal every night was to exceed the customer's expectations and stuff. But that's kind of where it started, the customer experience side. And then the food side came about probably high school-ish, and going into college and working with food at the food service, and realizing that I enjoy, it's like one of the things I enjoy doing. I enjoy going to work at the school cafeteria, and then starting to create things on my own was like really fun. And so it kind of grew that long ago. So I used to cook on Wednesday nights down at What's on Tap. Brad was so nice to let me come in on Wednesdays and kind of get my creative side out. And so the thing I did the most were just, all I had was a little fryer and a little space, probably the size of this table. And I was like, I can really do. I was like, I'll just do tater tots and I'll put a bunch of stuff on it. And people really enjoyed it. And I was like, you know what? I think that's going to be one of our staples, is loaded tater tots, because they're very, you can do anything. It's like pizza. You can do anything with them, and you can change the flavors. You can add toppings, and you can do different stuff. So right now, that's kind of our signature item. Anyway, it's in our logo, and we have fun with T-shirts with it. And the tater tots kind of turned into our little signature. And it's been fun, and we do a lot of other things, but people love the loaded tater tots.
He won't tell you this, but he's super talented, and he's super creative, and he's really good at putting food together that works. And he just has a natural talent with it that he won't tell you about. We chose to have our restaurant in Highland Village because we've been residents for over 29 years, and we've raised our children here, and this is where our heart is.
This place seems special to us. I mean, it really does. It's, I talk friends into moving here, and we patronize the businesses here. I mean, we have so many connections here, and
we want people to feel like they can come back often, and like they were treated fairly, and that they were respected when they were here. And we want to make sure that they leave and they have a good feeling, and we want them to come a lot, because we like seeing people. It's kind of selfish on our part. And we like them. We've made so many new friends and met so many great people. We tell everybody that we did not build this restaurant. The city of Highland Village built this restaurant. We had so many people donate things for us and offer services for us and do things for us. We did not build this restaurant. We were blessed with amazing relationships that built this restaurant. And now it's our job to turn that back.
And if you haven't been, you got to go. It's a great place, great burger. Moving on to consent agenda. All items on the consent agenda are considered for approval by a single motion and a vote without discussion. Each council member has the option of removing an item from this agenda so that it may be considered separately, and or adding any item from action to be considered as part of the consent agenda. Those items on the agenda tonight are number 13, consider approval of minutes from the regular city council meeting held on July 26, 2022. Receive investment report for the quarter ending June 30th, 2022. And receive budget reports for period ending June 30th, 2022. Would anybody like to make a motion?
I'll make a motion.
Is there a motion?
I'd like to make a motion that we approve consent agenda items 13, 14, and 15 as read.
Mr. Lombardo?
I'd like to second that.
All right. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Motion carries. Moving on to our action agenda. We did not meet in closed session. And then item number 17 is consider resolution 2022-3008, naming the barn at Doubletree Ranch Park as the Sergeant Dennis Oliver Event Barn. Parks and Recreation Director Phil Lozano and Chief Ryan will present.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. Background information, Doubletree Ranch Park has an event barn available for rentals. The barn is a popular rental venue for weddings, business meetings, birthday parties, and other celebrations. So identified needs is consider naming the Doubletree Ranch barn as a Sergeant Dennis Oliver Event Barn. Progress to date is that the Parks and Recreation Advisory Board met in a regular session on July the 18th, 2022, and considered an application for the Highland Village Police, considered an application from Highland Village Police Chief Doug Rhyme, supported by others, to have the Doubletree Ranch Event Barn named in honor of Sergeant Dennis Oliver, a 17-year police officer who passed away as a result of complications from COVID-19 on October 2nd, 2020. After considering the application and reviewing the city's naming policy, the board determined the application qualified under current policy and voted 5-0 to recommend to the council the naming of the Doubletree Ranch Barn as a Sergeant Dennis Oliver Event Barn. A plaque will be installed next to the dedication plaque located at the barn's west entrance. Doug has a picture of that in the slideshow, and the plaque will match the existing plaque in size and form. The design and narrative details will briefly speak to Sergeant Oliver's life, career, and dedication to his service to the community. And then a color memorial picture plaque of similar size and shape of the plaque will be installed inside the barn. The picture will be of high quality. The picture plaque will speak in greater details to Sergeant Oliver's life, career, and dedication to his service to the community. So the city's general fund will fund the memorial plaque will fund the memorial plaque and picture plaque. So the recommendation that Park Board has brought forth was to approve resolution number 2022-3008, naming of the Doubletree Ranch Barn as a Sergeant Dennis Oliver Event Barn. And of course, if you have any questions or any comments, please let us know.
Chief?
Thanks, Phil. So joint project here, joint venture, obviously a big team picture. I became the applicant for this project, and I'll get into how I ended up on it versus two community members who live here. But following the resolution that created the ability to name facilities and or streets or landmarks in our city, I followed that to the T. The barn, as it's known, really it doesn't have a name. I mean, it's referred to as the barn, but it really wasn't there. And obviously, where is? So in true spirit with the application, those are some of the prerequisites on there. And obviously Dennis was more than a 10-year employee here and a first responder. Phil already covered the cost estimate. The funding, I threw the funding up there to say that we're not really creating a new pot of money for this. Initially, we had budgeted about $130,000 for air conditioning system in that facility. Why I'm putting that up there is because at one of our events, a man who's here with us tonight was one of those donors for that air conditioning system. The other member, Glenn Bonds, couldn't make it tonight. He got stuck in Florida on another project. But during discussions with them, they wanted to do something for the police department and specifically Dennis. Dennis came up. So it was discussed, and that's how I became the applicant for it versus them becoming the applicant. And they put about $116,000 into that facility already to more than cover anything for cost for it. And I'm pretty confident we would be able to cover it with donations regardless. That slide was supposed to be hidden, sorry. So the story behind the request, Glenn Bonds, Jim Verfer, when we had hosted, you know that we have our annual award ceremonies, and that one year we did it out at the barn, and it was probably the hottest day of the spring year that it had been ever. And there was no air conditioning there. Jim catered the event for us, and there was air conditioning inside where the food was, but not where all the rest of the people were. They started talking about how much more we could bring to the community, and why I say community. That community event center to try to tie all of us into with Dennis is representative of Highland Village. There's a lot of people who go there. There's a lot of fun activities there. Dennis was a big part of the community in more ways than you could ever imagine. Sorry. This is just not being cooperative with me. I want to tie this in to talk about, if you know anything about our police department and those 9 principles, I'm not going to read them all, but as you heard from our SROs tonight, this is us. Back in 2003, when Dennis started here, Highland Village was growing at that point in time. Police department was growing, the city was growing, everything was coming about to grow this city. And you had a great chief at the time, Ed O'Bara, who implemented these principles. And Dennis was right there. He was instrumental in laying the foundation for the police department and for this community. So, sorry. I say proposed name change is really naming it, okay, the Sergeant Dennis Oliver Event Barn, without really affecting the barn portion of it, because the resolution that actually talks about changing these things or doing them, how detrimental is a name change. That's why the barn was kept in part of that, so everybody would understand it's still the barn. We did the discussion, I've talked about it behind closed doors, obviously. It made it past that, it made it to the Parks Board, who was unanimous. And that the discussion, again, about it was tying Dennis to the community center and having people understand why Highland Village is why it is. So I have Jim Verfer here, if he would want to speak.
I'd love to.
Thanks. I'm going to take a deep breath.
Thank you. I'm a professional speaker. Not really. Anyway, I got to know Dennis very well because I was a partner in Celebrations Event Hall, and we did a lot of weddings. And Dennis Oliver protected us there in the evening and weddings. I got to know him very well, fed him, and what a gentle man this guy was. And he just a warm soul. So having restaurants, hey Dennis, could you come talk to my staff? You know, we have alcohol awareness. We have issues with unruly customers. We need our staff to understand how to handle people when their behavior gets out of line. These are young kids. We have people young girls that walk to the parking lot at 1 or 2 in the morning. Can you give us some insight? Because we ask our employees to park the furthest away from the front door because we want our guests to have the best parking spots. Love to. Shows up in his off time, off the clock, and comes talk to us on a Saturday morning, all of our staff. Where I live in Highland Village, he was our community resource officer, call that? Neighborhood resource officer?
Area district officer.
So he happened to be in my hood all the time. Just a wonderful guy. So I got to know Dennis very well personally. So it was devastating for me when this guy, went down and with this illness. So also, when I'm catering this event, as Doug told you, I'm in the comfy couch in this air-conditioned room, and all the police officers and the city council are sweating in the barn, eating dinner, and I'm going, something's wrong with this picture. Plus, I'm in business, and I'm usually trying to make money, and I'm seeing this barn with all this capital opportunity to make money, and we have this big banquet space with no air conditioning. I'm going, the city of Highland Village is never renting this sucker out in the middle of the summer. Never. They're never making a profit ever off of this thing, because who's going to rent this thing in the middle of the summer?
So I'm going, if they could air condition this thing, this would be amazing. I got this good friend, Glenn Bonds. He happens to be in the air conditioning business. I go, Glenn, man, I can't believe some of the most important people in the city of Highland Village are having their banquet that are recognized are some of our most important people in Highland Village, and they are sweating while they're eating our food, my food. I'm like, this seems like torture. I'd have been the police officer volunteering. I don't want to, I'll work tonight, I'll be in my cruiser in the air conditioning going through Chick-fil-A. I don't want to go to the banquet. So I felt compelled to do something. And Glenn and I donated the air conditioning to air condition that building because it just didn't seem right. We live in such a great community, and we really don't even have a place in our community that's air conditioned that our city employees can go to have any kind of an event. If you think about it, the senior center, I mean, there's not that many spaces that we can go to. So I just felt compelled to do something because I've had a business in this town since 1997. I've lived here since 1995, and I've been very blessed. My kids have gone to LISD schools, Prior Hill, Heritage, Marcus, and it just seemed like the right thing to do. And Dennis Oliver, I didn't feel like I needed my restaurant's name plastered on the outside of the building. But when Dennis Oliver and Doug and I talked, I said, bingo. His name on that building, perfect. Be the absolute best thing I could ever see happen. Because that guy meant so much to me, and what he did for my businesses, my employees, could not think of a better thing. So whatever you guys can see fit, I think that'd be awesome to honor him for what he did for the city and for my staff and for my businesses. It'd be win-win, so appreciate you guys. Thanks.
Thanks, sir.
So to continue tying this in also, if accepted, we've moved this year all of our fallen officer tribute race to Doubletree Ranch, if you're not aware of that. We were doing it out at the shops. We've combined National Night Out, our fallen officer tribute race, and there's a concert in the park, the last one of the year out there that same night. That is a full day's event. We considered and kicked around ideas to have a separate memorial built somewhere in whatever space was available in the city, and it was tied down to near the police department. But in our committees and our people speaking about it really thought and openly said that's just not fair to put Dennis in a park there when he was such a part of the community. That's part of the tie-in for this also. So if it's approved that night, that day, we want to unveil those items, the Sergeant Dennis Oliver barn that day. That's sort of the tie-in. Well, not sort of, it is the tie-in. This is Dennis in a very short snapshot. Pictures are worth 1,000 words, and I have a few after this. Without doubt, he did more for us, for the city, than a lot of people combined. Some quick pics.
You didn't show the end of that.
I know, yeah. He might have been on his back.
He was in surgery for a while.
How old was he?
48. There's a current plaque on the building. Bill?
Yes, so this represents exactly where the plaque would go. Right next to the existing one, like in the agenda briefing, it would match in form and size. So it'd look good there. This is what the existing plaque looks like. And on the inside of the barn, this is still yet to be determined, but someplace where it's visible. This is on the way to the women's restroom, and then also to the left is the party room, but putting the plaque there that speaks more about who he was as a police officer and how he represented the community. And this is a picture of the PFC Aaron M. Hudson Memorial. It was done in high quality. It would be similar to that we would put inside of the barn.
Questions, comments, concerns, anything I can help you with?
I got the floor?
Sure.
Yeah. First off, Jim, I'd like to thank you for the donation. Okay? I mean, it's a very, very generous, you and your partners, for bringing the air conditioning into to the barn itself. So thank you much, and your generosity and all the other things you do to support the city. Okay. But I've got one concern, and then I'd like to offer another consideration. Okay. We've got one barn in the city. Okay. What happens when we have another Dennis Oliver? We may never, but we may. Okay, so we're looking forward to how do you name things after people who have been important to the city? Okay. It's one thing that you start setting a precedent on it. And in thinking that through, okay, because it might be not this year, it might be 5 years from now, what do we do? Actually, I had a discussion at lunch today where other cities have struggled with naming rights, school districts struggle with naming schools after people, because after a certain point in time, where does it go? So in light of that, I know the mayor has proposed a first responders monument park similar to what we do for honor our veterans, something that I know Phil is working on, trying to put together a budget. So I'd like to offer for consideration an alternative that we would say the Sergeant Dennis Oliver, not memorial, because it's not going to be a memorial to him, but name the first responders park, or whatever we decide to call it, after Dennis Oliver. A little bit more somber recognition, but then everyone who comes that is going to be recognized as part of the city first responder community within our city would be underneath the banner of Sergeant Oliver. I just offer that as for consideration. Okay, I love the officer. I love Sergeant Oliver. I only knew him about 4 years myself, but it's just something to, for consideration, both the long-term impact of it and then an alternative. Thanks, Mayor.
Anybody else?
I brought this up briefly in early session. Either idea works for me. Obviously, I believe we need a first responder memorial anyway, no matter what we call it. If we want to do the memorial out at the Doubletree Ranch, it's a great idea. I hate the word barn in it. I don't think that's a great, that's a tribute to a great guy and a great representative of the city. If we call it, and I know that's what the building's referred to, I hate that. I just don't like it. Event center, the Oliver Event Center, or something in that respect. I don't mind the concept. I don't mind naming the building after the man. It just seems like such a downer to call it a barn.
We struggle with that, and the reason it sort of stuck on was based on some recommendations, conversations to carry on that theme and not transition so far away from something that was already established. So I'm all supportive of that. Trust me, I wrestle.
I get it. I don't like the terminology. I love the idea, and I think something needs to be done
for Sergeant Oliver. And if that's it, that's great. I just don't like the word barn. It doesn't seem like a fitting tribute as event center or, something like that. I don't know if we name the whole park after the man. I mean, I don't know, is that even a consideration? I don't know. I don't like barn. That's all. That's my opinion.
And I didn't respond to John. I mean, yeah, another great idea. We can, kick the other things around, but as the applicant bringing it to the council, anybody could bring the application to you. So I hope I made that sense to say I made the step forward on it and tried to, hopefully conveyed to some level the significance of Dennis Oliver in the community being drawn to a certain place for the certain reasons, and that the police department is the focal part of that. Whether or not other first responders, I mean, I love the memorial also in the future to do that. But I can say, based on my 30-plus years in policing, not every single police officer ever rises to the level of Dennis Oliver. It just, he was there. So the memorial for other people, if someone died within, or passed within 6 months, will they ever accomplish what he did and how many people's lives he impacted? So we're just trying to memorialize, carry on that tradition in a bigger, bolder, when people come and see and they ask, why Dennis? And tie that all together. And for our guys too, really, for the tradition to see, and remember why we created the award within our police department. Just all of those reasons. So.
Councilman Hessel?
Yeah, you know what, I like both ideas. I think, John, your idea is excellent, and I think, Chief, your idea is excellent, and I would myself propose that we accept his idea and name it the Dennis Oliver Barn, but I think that brings about another thought. Dennis was a guy who accomplished what he accomplished. He was a great man, he was a great leader, he was a true difference maker. Eventually, we're going to have to name that memorial something. Why not consider, as we move forward with it, calling it the Dennis Oliver Memorial to fallen police officers? And you accomplish two things. You accomplish what John recommends, which I think is a great idea. And then tonight, we accept the proposal that the chief has made to name the barn or the venue or whatever we want to call it after Dennis. That's what I would say.
Can I also add something? I think Kevin would be able to answer this too. This first went in front of Parks and Board, presented as it was, and the name. So they passed it to you with the name and everything else with it. So if it was denied, I have to take it back in front of Parks. No?
Yeah, we could
Council has sole discretion. The Parks and Recreation Board process is a recommending process only. The policy itself was written in a manner that it would provide for a review process for suggestions coming from third parties. The council always has the discretion to name anything it wants to, pursuant to its own discretion.
Could I ask this then? I would consider changing the name from barn if there was other input for it and bringing it back to you if you accepted the name change and the for the bull barn and the memorial for there. Can we do that much? Unless you want the barn, I'm fine either way. But
well, I guess the question it brings for me is if we're going to look at the Dennis Oliver Event Center or something like that, I mean, procedurally dealing with the item that's on the agenda. Do we is it an item you table until a name is come up with?
No.
Do we approve the fact?
It's up to the council. I mean, the subject matter is, been properly noticed on the agenda, so I don't think that's an issue.
Well, where I'm going though is if we all were to, and we haven't voted on anything, but if somebody were to say, well, I would like to make a motion that we name it the Sergeant Dennis Oliver Event Center. Is it that simple? We just change the wording in the resolution, or?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Anybody else have any questions or comments?
No, and like I say, I'm good with whatever we want to do. I just threw that out there. So don't feel that we have to make a change if we don't want to.
I wish we could ask him if he liked event center or barn better.
He would say you have an ominous decision, and he would respect whichever you went with.
I actually like event center. I think event center sounds way better than barn.
Well, I'll entertain a motion if somebody wants to make one. Councilman Lombardo.
Okay, well, I'd like to make a motion that we approve Resolution 2022-3008, naming the Event Center at Doubletree Ranch Park as the Sergeant Dennis Oliver Event Center.
All right. Councilman Lamar makes a motion. Anybody second?
I'll second.
Councilman Fiorenza seconds. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say nay. Passes. Thank you, Chief, for doing that, for carrying the water on it. Did you vote? Yes.
Canine Castle, I think, was your change.
Yeah, I think it was.
I'm going to come to you next time if we're ever going to name anything.
I think
okay?
For all your naming needs.
He should be the permanent naming committee.
Thank you for your support, obviously, for everything, and bearing with me. It's always a tough topic, obviously, so hopefully you never have to do it again. So thank you.
All right, item number 18, consider ordinance 2022-1295, adopting amendments for the fiscal year 2021 and 2022. This is first of two reads. Assistant City Manager Ken Herman will present.
Mayor, Council, I'm very aware that having 3 budget-related items on the agenda after 8 o'clock is a big challenge. So I will do my best to proceed directly through it, to spare the pain as much as I can. But budget amendments, our level of control with our budget is at the category level, personnel, services, supplies, and capital. And so when we do our budget, we do our best job of estimating what we need and will spend over the next year. And then we pretty well adhere to that. But life happens over the next year, and some things don't transpire exactly as you would expect. Hence, we come back for reappropriation, I guess, between departments and categories as needed, based on what the actual needs were during the year. So when we went through the budget with the general fund, we had our projections for this year. Our budget amendments are tied directly to that, and so in general, we're just reallocating the appropriation we had. In total, we're going to spend less money than what we anticipated with the budget, just in a little bit different places. So I'll just give you a quick summary of what that represents. Personnel, there was moving around largely due to and Kevin gave me a corrected way to phrase this, supplemental one-time retention incentive payments that we talked about. We had previously referred to as CPI. That we will just, for some of our employees, at our lower level that have struggled during the year, we had availability because of some turnover in funds, and council was supporting of doing a one-time payment for that. So that reallocates some budget between departments. Other than personnel, expenditures were $310,000 were in general that were reappropriated between the departments. And 2 things really represented most of that in the maintenance department. Increased fuel costs and utilities were adjusted by $150,000. And then a truck, the ACO truck that was received in the police department was actually budgeted last year, but received this year. So we're just reallocating that budget to this. And the rest of them were just little minor adjustments. And that really is pretty much the general fund. For the other funds, we had, like say in the utility department, we had a $550,000 painting that we showed in kind of a capital projects separate accounting, but we actually record that since it's not capital in the budget. So we'll show it like a transfer from our bond funds. And so it's really not anything more than what we anticipated, but it's just the way we account for it. And then in the 4B Corporation, $37,500 that really had to do with the things we had to do with the splash pad this year, additional materials, trying to keep that going, as well as a study looking for fencing options with that. And then drainage utility, a purchase of a skid steer. Again, that was a receipt of capital that was budgeted previously. And those are the major items. So there's really nothing really big, but this is just our opportunity to formally reallocate the budget so we have allocation as we needed to for the related expenditures throughout all the departments. So I went through that as quickly as I possibly could for you.
Any questions? All right. Anybody want to make a motion?
I'll make a motion.
Councilman Kicksmiller?
Make a motion that we approve ordinance 2022-1295, adopting the amendments for the 2021-2022 budget, first of two reads.
All right. Councilman Kicksmiller made a motion. Anybody make a second?
I'll second that.
Councilman Feaster made a second. All those in favor say aye.
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 And those opposed say nay. There being none, motion passes unanimously.
With the exception of.
Tom's out
Oh,
of the
yeah,
room.
that's right. Tom stepped away, so would that be an abstention? Mrs. Miller?
What do you want to wait for him to come
We
back?
want to wait, or is that, do he just abstain by default? Kevin?
He's absent from the meeting, so it's a 6-0 vote right now.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
So we can move on. Item 19, consider the ad valorem tax rate for year 2022 and set a public hearing date on the proposed fiscal year 2022-2023 budget and proposed tax rate.
Okay.
One makes my head hurt every year.
Well, it's even worse this year.
I know.
That's right. The public truth in taxation requires, if council is to consider a tax rate that exceeds either the lower of the voter-approved rate or the no new revenue tax rate, that we have to do a public hearing, set a date for a public hearing, and state what tax rate you're going to consider. So a couple weeks ago, I educated you all on the truth in taxation calculation. You're all experts, so this was probably pretty simple for you to get, or maybe not. But as we discussed before, in the 2020 tax year, our approved rate was less than what the voter approved rate. So we received basically like a cent and a half as an unused increment that could be applied with the new rules for Senate Bill 2 over the next 3 years. And so the next year, last year, the voter approved rate was a little bit less, half-cent less than our current tax rate. And so we used half a cent of that to basically maintain our 56,302, sorry, 302 tax rate. And our understanding was that took half of that unused increment. We could apply the rest of that this year because with the higher valuation, our tax rate is actually voter approved rates down below 54 cents. So, but when we actually had the official calculation done by Denton County, as it turns out, the language actually used in the statute, well, it's a little bit hard to understand. I think he just has to press the button.
Press the button.
Well, it's Tom. Finding buttons.
So what the unused increment, actually, there is no language in the statute that says it's reduced when you actually apply some of that to your tax rate. So officially, according to the way the language is stated in the act, that cent and a half that we had available, that full amount is available for the 3-year window. And so for this year, rather than limit it to that half cent remaining, we have the option to use the full cent and a half for that. If we are to do that, that would make the voter approved rate at 54.6825, which would be more than the 0.53942 that we thought we would do with their understanding of that. So with this motion tonight, what I proposed was the higher of the two, the official calculation of the voter approved rate, that you would have the option to lower that when you officially approve the rate, but you can't increase it. So this would be at the voter approved rate level. So you certainly have the option and authority to do that. As we finish going through our budget deliberations, you can determine if you want to maintain that rate or if you want to reduce it to the other. But it is still almost was a 1.5-cent decrease from our current tax rate, even with this. But that gives council your full options. So I know that's confusing, but basically it's the voter approved rate created the 3.5% cap, and so that's the general premise of what this is. That level is just a little bit higher with the way the language of the statute reads. They're going to be in session this next year. My guess is they'll correct that, or that may have been the original intention. It's just hard to tell. But all we have to go by is the language as determined by our official entity that calculates that, which would be Denton County, and their attorneys advise them to go with that reading of that. So what's before you tonight is to state that the tax rate to consider would be 0.546825, with setting a public hearing for the first meeting in September, if that is what council desires.
Any questions?
I have one. Yes.
Councilman Feaster?
Mr. Herman, if we don't opt to use the 1.5 cent carryover, how long is that going to carry over for?
This would be our last opportunity, would be my guess.
Thank you.
Councilman Fiorenza?
The best way to ask it is, given we've received valuation estimate, 85% of the valuation from the Denton County Appraisal District, there's still question of what the actual value is going to be.
Won't make any difference.
Won't make any difference.
Actually, it's 90% of it was certified, but we're well above. I mean, it's 10%.
Yeah.
So anything over 3.5%, it makes no difference. The only thing that is different is what the tax rate is actually lowered to, but it's really commensurate with that, and it's going to calculate the same amount of dollars that we receive, regardless of that valuation.
Okay, so it's not going to affect what we do tonight with respect to our tax rate?
Correct.
Okay.
But like I say, with the two options here, one, the 54 cents would basically provide $200,000 more in tax revenues to the general fund available for use ongoing. And we have some things that, we really could, we have a structural deficit that we've talked about, in the $500,000 range. Well, that cuts that in half. It's still, again, a tax decrease from our current tax rate. And going forward, tax rate's going to decrease further as we go. So the higher place we start, the better prepared we are going forward, especially with uncertainty of new growth and new things added to the tax roll. So that would certainly be our recommendation.
Just to encapsulate what Ken said, when he mentioned this to me last week when I was asking a different question, and the way he explained it to me is this is like as we get further out in budget years and some other council is going to have to deal with, the landing of all of this sets us up on a smoother landing rather than a more abrupt one. I think it's the best way to describe it. I agree. Any other questions?
Just to reconfirm, so by carrying over the 1.5 cents, we will still be reducing our tax rate this year?
Yes.
So that's all I want. It's going down no matter what we vote on tonight?
56
to 54.
302 to 5468.
Okay, that's what I want to be clear of. Yep.
Okay. Mr. Feaster?
Any other questions?
Any other questions? Nope.
Yeah, I'd like to move that $0.546825 per $100 valuation be proposed for adoption as the city's ad valorem tax rate for the 2022 tax year, and set September 13th, 2022 as the date for holding the public hearing to receive public comment on said tax rate and the 2022-2023 fiscal year budget.
Councilman Heslop?
I'd like to second that motion.
All right. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say nay. Motion carries 7-0. All right. Number 20, consider resolution 2022-3009, disapproving the 2023 Denton Central Appraisal District annual budget. As we said a couple of weeks ago, Commissioners Court has taken the unprecedented step of asking jurisdictions throughout the county to consider disapproving the Central Appraisal District budget as the only existing tool to express a lack of confidence in the leadership of the Central Appraisal District. And so this is our city's opportunity to make that statement. We had a good discussion a few weeks ago on this, and a draft has been put together. Mrs. Miller, I think, has a copy that she can distribute of the latest verbiage. I will note, LISD passed a motion unanimously last night disapproving of the budget. And the city of Louisville will consider theirs, I think, next Monday, the 15th. Does everybody have one? Okay.
You say LISD disapproved the budget?
Yes, they did, unanimously. And then I think, yeah, like I said, Louisville's following. It's anticipated they'll do the same thing next Monday, and there are other cities and school districts that are moving in the same direction. I think City of Denton is passed as well. So taking that, go ahead, sure.
Passed as in disapproving?
Yes.
Sorry, okay. Sorry about
Councilman Heslop.
Do we have any further questions, or can I make a motion?
Yeah, I mean, I have a question or a comment, I guess. I was trying to find it in the language, and I apologize, but too quick. I see the Denton County statement demonstrates a lack of confidence in this Denton Central Appraisal District itself. Are we echoing that same verbiage in ours? I can't seem to find it here on the resolution, but I thought I saw it. I apologize.
I don't want to speak for Commissioners Court, but in talking to President of the school board and some other mayors, there was some thought that the county's resolution was maybe a little watered down from what the county has said from what Commissioners Court have said they wanted. This was a little watered down. My guess, and maybe Kevin can speak to this, is maybe from their perspective, there was a, I don't know,
I cannot
legalese.
Outside of the draft of their resolution and the accompanying letter from Judge Eads that I've seen, I have no clue what the background was on the preparation of their text.
Well, sorry, I see it in our section 2 of our resolution, and we specifically note that we demonstrate a lack of confidence in the chief appraiser of the Denton Central Appraisal District. Now, my comment to that, and it's only a comment, is that appraiser is hired and fired by the board of directors. Is that accurate?
Correct.
So I would almost, and I can't think of a better word to say, but I think we're targeting, and that's a loaded word, I apologize, but the wrong individual necessarily on this resolution. I would, again, focus, as the Commissioners Court did, on the whole appraisal district itself or the board of directors, and not necessarily the chief appraiser. I mean, it is the chief appraiser's job to do a job. The budget, which we are disapproving of in this resolution, is approved by the board of directors.
So what I would say to that is the correspondence that has come from the court And what's been in the newspapers for most of this year it's all been about the chief appraiser. The board is not the target here. There are members of the board who feel like there is a need for change. There are members of the board who feel like the status quo is good. And my understanding is there may be one member who's sort of a swing vote, if you will. So because the board of directors doesn't report to Commissioners Court, and because the Central Appraisal District itself does not report to Commissioners Court, there's not a local accountability. So Commissioners Court can't go to the board and say you need to fire the chief appraiser. Only the board can take that action. Mm-hmm. And what the hope was that if all the jurisdictions can see the same problems that exist from the leadership of the district itself, the office, not the board, the office, then using this tool, which is the only tool we have, would be a way to exert pressure on the board to take the action that it's, I think it's well publicized, is due.
Well, didn't we bring about concerns based on what we had read, based on information that had been provided to us, that we had a lack of confidence in the chief appraiser? Secondly, it's normally the president of a bank or president of a company or the CFO who puts together a budget and recommends it up, correct? So I look at it that we're not only saying that we're disapproving of the budget, but we're also disapproving of the person who put it together and their capabilities, which we have stated before. Now we're just formalizing it.
Yeah, and I think it needs to be worth noted, and this is something that, has been brought in the discussion too, that we all agreed when we talked about this a few weeks ago that the budget they proposed, none of us had a problem with what they were asking for. And we tried to, in crafting the resolution, we're trying to make sure that we state, that the budget, the things, that the needs identified in the budget, we believe they're necessary. But the stress is that it's a lack of confidence in the chief appraiser herself to successfully execute that budget. So wanted to make that distinction.
May I comment?
Sure.
I was on vacation when this was last discussed, and I read the minutes and watched all the minutes, and I had commented with Dan earlier, in my 4.5 years on council, I've never heard from a single citizen that had a complaint about the Denton County Appraisal District. They didn't like their increases, but I never heard a single complaint, not one email in all those years. I also say in the report that came out from the consultant looking at Denton County Appraisal District, the state gave them an exemplary rating and met every requirement that is put on an appraisal district, and they got an exemplary report. Okay, didn't come in and say they were bad. They used the word toxic, and that's what got in the news. Okay, but the word toxic was never substantiated with anything else in it. So I think there's a lot of emotion running rampant in the proposals and the resolutions that are going back and forth. Okay, I agree with Councilman Feaster that I don't want to see attacking an individual. It's up to the board of directors to make that decision. It's not for us to make that decision. So I think that if they don't get the funding, by turning funding down, and there's no disagreement, they need the funding because they're well short of staff, that creates a bad environment, okay? So by saying no to funding, okay, we're just going to cut that district short for the next year at least, and you still don't know if there's going to be any change in management because the board of directors can still say, I'm not going to change it, okay? So from this councilman's standpoint, they've done their job. Okay, I've read the studies, I've been up to their meetings, I've had personal interactions with the chief appraiser. Okay, I pretty much believe the chief appraiser is doing a good job, maybe can do better, but that's one councilman's opinion. So on this resolution, I can't support it whatsoever. Now, if you wanted to have the resolution to say we have concerns with the district, that's fine. Okay. But by not approving the budget, okay, to me that's punitive, and we're following in the footsteps of Denton County commissioners, and I don't think that we should necessarily be in lockstep with everything that they put forward. So I'm going to just voice my dissension on that, and if it goes through for a vote, okay, that's how I'll vote. So thank you.
Anybody else? Anybody want to make a motion? Councilman Lombardo?
I'll make a motion, what the heck? Even though we've had discussion here, I would make a motion that we approve Resolution 2022-3009, disapproving Denton County Appraisal District.
All right, Councilman Lombardo made a motion. Councilman Heslop?
I will second that motion.
All right. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay.
Nay.
Motion carries 5-2. And that takes us into late work session. You bet.
Hot diggity.
State your name and address for the record.
Just to clarify, was that the revised resolution that you were approving? Or the one that was in the packet?
I was rolling with the one in the packet.
Yeah. This one that she handed out?
No, the one, I'm sorry.
The updated one I
The
just
one in-
handed out?
the
Okay,
one you
so I just
handed
wanted to
out.
clarify
Yes.
that. Okay.
I thought you meant the packet on my desk.
Okay, so late work session, we had a couple of items that we had to punt from early work session. We're going to start with number 3 from early work session, discuss utility fund budget for fiscal year 2022-2023. Mr. Herman, welcome back to the stage.
This is only 8 slides, so this should be pretty good.
Well, it should be pretty quick because I think funds are healthy.
People have complained about.
It is a good story to tell this year. Okay. Where we always start off is looking at our current year. Again, that's a good story. So looking at our water sales, and sewer sales as well. The blue represents the budget amounts by month, and then the red or orange or however that shows up. Especially July, you see a marked change there. So we pretty much followed our budget allocation, a little bit ahead through the year. But, the weather patterns were markedly different this year than they've been. And if you recall and you'll see this on another slide where we show a history of the water sales, but we've had some more wet years than normal. And this is really probably the first true Texas summer we've had in a while, and so it really made a difference, I guess, in our water sales. You can see that. And then down on the sewer side, you can see in May where the actual water sales increased, and then through July, and then our projections will hold true. The sewer sales are more steady usually because they're pretty well determined by our winter average calculations. And so in probably the 3-4 years running, it seems like we were a race to as low as we can go for that average, and it's been decreasing. We started out years ago with that average being somewhere around 8,000 gallons, and it's worked its way down to probably around 5,000 gallons for the winter average calculation basis. That basically serves as a cap in the summer months. And then this year, we didn't have as much rain because there is some outside watering that goes with that, even though we tried to eliminate that. And so the threshold for this year's winter average was higher. And you see that reflected in the May, June, July sales going forward. So this translates to substantial increase in our water sales, which is not necessarily typical, but we'll take it. On the expenditure side, we pretty well held close to what we anticipated budget-wise. The one exception would be the water tank painting that I mentioned in the budget amendment. That was anticipated, but the way we booked that is in operations, and we showed the related transfer, if you want to call it that. Our utility fund as an enterprise fund is accounted for differently than what our general fund is in other funds, and so this is more of an accounting thing, but we do have money identified with the last bond program that we had to accommodate this, and so that will offset it. So the result is our bottom line of days of operation or working capital. This would be equivalent to our fund balance on the general fund side. Our target is 90 days. So we've been a little bit below that over the previous few years. And actually, that was a positive considering our water revenues have been down, I guess, from years like, say, 5-6 years ago. So with this, we recover quite well, and we're reflecting over 100 days of working capital. So that's a really good place for us to be. So going into this next year, again, looking at our revenues, you can see our water sales, it spiked in 2022. You'll see some, this really goes with our weather patterns, in our summer in particular, when we have the timing of rainfall and the temperature, there's a number of those factors that go into it. You can see from 2015 to 2017, it was really reduced considerably from where we've been. So we had our rate adjustment in 2018, the first one we've had in a long time, 20 years. And then you can see a higher level from that point forward. That's really stabilized our funding for our ending balance. And then this year, we actually get a little bit of a spike. When we budget, we try to normalize that. And so I look at a 5-year kind of average of distribution of our usage and sales and all that to kind of hit it kind of in the middle of the road. And so we show that reduced for next year. And that likely would be, based on averages, where we will, should end up. Again, but it'll depend on weather patterns with that. On the sewer sales, that's more stable. Again, we've likewise in 2018 hit that higher threshold, and we stay more consistent with that. And so that will continue into this next year. On the expenditure side, just to look through that real quick, personnel, we're actually showing a little bit of a decrease, but this has to do with some turnover and some of our longer tenured folks that we've lost, and we hire new folks at a lower rate. So there's a 4% or 5% overall increase embedded into that, but it's more than offset by that distribution of our new people that we have coming in. And then looking at the expenditures side of that, okay, wait a minute, let me go back. The other major items of that would be your Upper Trinity, and then other really comes more of your higher maintenance type things, and I'll delve into that a little bit more detail. On the Upper Trinity, this represents about half of our cost in the utility fund. And so for this year, we get new rates from the Upper Trinity every year. And so that affects our cost quite a bit. So on our water volume, we had a pretty good little increase this year, 15 cents, going from up to $1.40 from $1.25. So that's one of the bigger increases we've had in a while. That's actually a little bit reduced from what they first gave us. And what their increase is largely affected by Dallas, who, with their rates, they charge their customers, and it gets passed on down to us. But this represents a 4.6% increase, and so with the increase in rate, you can see how that affects the overall cost for that. So that's our biggest cost increase going into this next year. And then on the demand side, we had a pretty similar increase, 4.5%. And this is basically the rate charge per MGD of demand that we, basically capacity we subscribe to. We subscribe to 3 MGD, 3 million gallons of water per day capacity, and that's a fixed charge we get every year. And you can see the history of that, how it's built up over time. So that will likely continue going forward. The sewer volume cost represents a 4% increase. And actually, over the previous 5 years, that's been constant at $1.25. And so this year reflects an increase. However, you can see that there's volatility with that because this is largely affected by rainfall. For this fiscal year is probably the lowest cost we've had in a good while because there's not been any rain. And then your question would be, why would rain affect that? And that has to do with their inflow and infiltration as rainwater gets into our manholes and when, Scott oftentimes is talking about doing our smoke testing and I&I testing and, plugging up those is largely due to that. And so some of our higher rainfall years, you'll see that increase. 2019 is reflective of that. So again, 2023 would reflect more of a normalized year along with the 4% increase. Then the other category, this has to do with our various maintenance categories of that, or bigger ticket items for the utility well lot. 139,000 increase, and that has to do with the well rehab, Highland Shores well. That's costly. Sewer line maintenance actually reflects a decrease, and 50,000 of that was spent last year. That's not repeated. Again, having to do with some of the I&I testing enhancements that Scott did last year. Lift station maintenance was 128,000. And this is kind of scheduled maintenance for, like, say, lift stations of their motor control. This is kind of like their equipment, a hard cabinet with their software that controls all this, and that has to be updated every so many years. And Scott has a schedule of that replacement based on life. One pretty much every year for the next several years. This is one of our more expensive ones. This is one of our larger lift stations scheduled for that. And then a decrease in water meter maintenance, more reflective of an increase from last year of upgrading Mars test bench, where we can test our meters to make sure they're accurate and so forth, and upgrade up to that. So that really, those are the two main things in the utility budget for this next year that have a significant change. And so, yeah.
Can I interrupt you for just a minute? On the last slide, the $128,000 increase in the lift station, that is not a, that $273,000 is not an ongoing from here on out. It's a fluctuating fee.
It would be more than 140, 150 or so would be probably the.
Right, it's going to be more in line with the 145.9 the year before. This is just a one-time,
yes.
Essentially. It'll come back again in a couple of years possibly, but.
Well, hopefully farther out than that.
Further out, yes. But,
so,
but I wanted to understand you right. This was it's an ongoing issue, but we're being hit with it next year.
Right. What you'll see in the utility fund, especially this component, is especially in some of your various categories when we have pump replacements and we have those type things. Those are $50,000, $100,000 at a time. So you'll get big spikes that'll hit from year to year. What we try to do, at least with the anticipated scheduled replacement maintenance, that to space those out. We just have to deal with the unexpected failures as they come. So, but yes, those will normalize as we go forward.
Okay.
So then looking at our 5-year, because we always like to look at it in a broader perspective, water sewer sales, again, are just basically the sales we show there reflective of the new accounts, and that's going to flatten out because we're not showing a lot of new customers. And then we, in our rate structure, we have two components. We have the wholesale cost and we have the city cost. The wholesale is really the cost related to what we pay for our wholesale water and sewer from the Upper Trinity. We set that up purposely separate because the wholesale we don't have any control over. And that really reflects solely what we're charged. So we basically established that as like a pass-through charge. We're not looking to mark that up or just reflect that cost. Then on the city part's the part we control, and then we make sure we manage that. And so this could be one of those things we could tweak it every year to where we make sure we account for every dollar exactly, that it's a totally zero. But what we've really kind of evaluated it is if we're kind of keeping true to it, we want to minimize how often we change rates because that's never welcomed one way or the other. And so every so often, and when we have it starting getting out of that balance, then we'll look at doing a rate adjustment. And so with these rate increases I just showed you, we're kind of at that inflection point now that we need to really take a look. As you can see with the water costs, we have an imbalance there where our actual cost is quite a bit higher than what we're actually receiving in our revenue, the rates that we charge for that. Well, on the sewer, we're actually on just a little bit on the other side. It's a little bit closer to where it needs to be. So what I would show, and then the line you see going forward for the wholesale pass-through adjustment, 220, somewhere in the 200 to 300 range is a revenue we're going to need to increase that to balance that out. So that would be reflective of a wholesale pass-through adjustment. When we've done that, we typically do that in the winter, November timeframe, get out of the summer months. And then as we have a rate structure in place for this next year, we adjusted according to that. So I'll likely be bringing that back to you in a few months for an adjustment. That 200,000 to 300,000 is really not going to be a big adjustment. It would amount to, it'll be a combination of our fixed charge and our rate, but it would be more like a 2 or 3 cent increase to accommodate that. But that'll true it up and going forward, and that's really a necessary thing that we need to maintain. Looking out in the horizon too, currently we're operating with $4.1 million that we received with 2 installments over the last 2 years from the American Rescue Plan. We pretty much have used up our previous bond proceeds, or in the last stage of that. We have this, and we really have 2 big projects earmarked for that. The Lake Vista Well upgrade, which is kind of in progress. And then we're looking to hopefully start the project for the Connect Pilot Knoll Park, New Water Service of $24.99. So that really will comprise a good bit of that money. And so following that, sometime in the next few years, we need to look to do another bond issue for other projects and just routine maintenance of our water sewer infrastructure. And so somewhere like a $7 or $8 million issue is what we kind of right now anticipate for 2024, which would start debt service in 2025, and that would add roughly $500,000 of debt service. We don't really have a structure where we have debt coming off to just level that off. That would actually increase it a little bit. We're probably 3 more years outside this window before we really have that window. So what we'll probably try to do is not do a big issue, but just enough to get us by for a few years to establish that. But if we go along as we maintain our sales at somewhere at our normalized level close to what we are this year, our bottom line will look pretty good. So we're looking at maintaining just above our target rates. And so a good year, a good dry year can really change your perspective considerably. This is a good year for that. We'll certainly take it when we get it, because utility fund by nature is going to be a little bit more volatile than other, just because of it's highly affected by weather. But we'll plan out, and when we have opportunity to get a little extra revenue, we hang on to it, and we're ready to address those other things that come up with the pump replacements and so forth as we go forward. So we have a good story to tell with our utility fund for this year, and we'll take it when we can get it.
There was you received $4.1 million from American Rescue Plan.
Yes.
And you had allocated $3.5 million for projects.
There is probably a good $1 million worth of other projects that can easily use the rest of that.
Well, that's what I was, have you got the other roughly $600,000 that allocated to?
We have enough funds remaining to get us through probably this next year, 2 more years probably.
Okay.
With what we have in play right now.
But that 1.5 was just to get water to the northwest.
Yes.
What is the cost, if you know it, to provide sewer up there?
Oh, it's probably 4 times that.
4, is it?
6 times that.
Yeah, wow.
6 million.
Wow.
So.
Okay. It's a big number.
Yeah, that's a tough one with that. So going forward, we're getting closer to the end. We'll have our special revenue funds that we'll go over our next meeting. And then the first meeting in September would be the public hearing that you just called for. And we'll present the city manager recommended budget, tying all this together. And then we'll have the public hearing, and that would be the first read of our budget and tax rate. And then based on, again, the new truth in taxation requirements, rather than being able to wait to our regularly scheduled next council meeting, we have to vote on the budget within a week after that. So we would have to have a special called council meeting for September 20th. So I've been asked to kind of get your opinion too of, like, last year we kind of did an early morning, 8:30, quick council meeting. Would that be kind of for Angie's scheduling to kind of target that, to at least kind of get a consensus perhaps?
The question I would ask is, as you look at I know you and Paul have a spreadsheet you work off of to determine, work session items. The last couple of work sessions have been pretty heavy. As you look forward, is there that September 20th date do you think work sessions and normally scheduled meetings are going to quiet down a little bit as we get through this, or is that an opportunity to take a couple things and put them on an extra work session that'll make the load a little lighter in the regular meetings?
Possibly. We probably need to look through that a little bit for what goes out a little farther. I kind of know a little bit about next week's next meeting, but not that far out. So let us kind of look. It's just in the past, I know we've done this at 8:30 in the morning, which if there's not a lot on the agenda and that's all we're doing, we didn't know if y'all were okay with having a morning meeting like that, but we'll check the schedule and see and get back with everybody and let you guys know.
And remind me, is that September 20th, that special meeting, that would be, I mean, obviously it's a council meeting, so it's a public meeting, but being a second read, we don't have to have a public hearing, correct?
No.
Okay.
The public hearing would be at the
first
regular
round.
meeting.
Okay.
We'll just come in and vote.
Yeah, I've got a little if we did, I'd have a little heartburn about a public hearing at 8:30 in the morning.
No, that's not the public hearing.
Okay.
Actually, the bill is designed for just basically people have one read of the ordinance.
Got it, okay.
We're kind of the exception with that, so we have to kind of accommodate otherwise.
Any input or follow-up from any of y'all? Okay. All right.
All right.
Thank you. Thank you, Ken.
Sure.
Last item of the night was a holdover from our previous council meeting. Item number 4 from early work session discussed the city's relationship to the Denton County Transportation Authority as a founding member under Chapter 460 of the Texas Transportation Code. Mr. Laughlin, are you going to give us the long one or the short one? I know you got boxes to pack up.
Depending on how many boxes my wife still has to pack before we move this weekend, I may have to do the short one. Yeah, I think the short one I could literally do in 30 seconds to answer the question that's been asked of me, but I think to do that without at least some background as to how the relationship between DCTA and Highland Village was established, I think would probably do a little bit of disservice to both you and the public. So I prepared a presentation just to kind of go quickly, just really kind of the history on how DCTA was created, and it'll be, very high level, but also in how Highland Village was, became involved in that creation process. Basically, first of all, just what is the DCTA? What is the Denton County Transportation Authority? What it is a coordinated county transportation authority. That's what it's called, and it was, which is an entity that's provided for in Chapter 460 of the Texas Transportation Code. Chapter 460 was adopted after the 77th legislature and went into effect September 1st of 2001. It only applies to certain counties, in this case, counties that happen to be adjacent to counties with a population of more than 1 million. So there aren't but maybe a dozen or so counties that this could even apply to, maybe a few more depending on, how many other besides San Antonio, Houston and Dallas, and, I guess, I don't know if Fort Worth's hit 1 million yet or not, counties would be involved. Basically, though, at this point, DCTA is the only coordinated county transportation authority in the state that's been created. So how was DCTA created? Well, the steps are set out in the statute in Chapter 460. First, there's basically two options. One is for the adoption of resolution or order by the Commissioners Court of the eligible county. The other is to get a certain number of signatures on a petition for eligible voters within the county. In this instance, the Commissioners Court passed the resolution, and they did so on October 16th of 2001. So obviously, the pump was already primed. Everything was ready to go. As soon as Chapter 460 went into effect, the Commissioners Court jumped on it, passed their resolution, setting forth the process for establishing DCTA. As part of that process, there had to be an interim executive committee formed, consisting of the number of that were there, that are listed there, the components of membership. One member had to be from each city that had a population of more than 12,000. Well, at the time, in 2001, there weren't really that many cities with a population over 12,000 in Denton County. It happens to be Highland Village was one of them. So, along with Louisville and Denton, of course. So then, and they automatically got seats by appointed to that interim executive committee. The Commissioners Court then appointed additional members, and there was some representation from membership of cities between 500 but less than 12,000. As part of their charge, the interim executive committee was to develop a proposed service plan and as well as a proposed tax rate. And they had to do so within 180 days after the first meeting of the interim executive committee. So this service plan I won't get into all the definition of what's required in the service plan, and the proposed tax rate, it was a sales tax, special tax rate adopted concurrently with the Chapter 460 as an amendment to Chapter 322 of the Texas Tax Code, which we'll talk a little bit about in a second. Okay, so how did Highland Village get involved in this? Well, as I mentioned, Highland Village was a city with a population of more than 12,000 at the time. Just as an aside, later the statute provides for the ability to change that minimum threshold population. And in fact, that did happen, and it could only happen so often. That number actually changed to 17,000, and that was something that could be done unilaterally by the board, which they did at some later date, and I can't remember the date right off the top of my head, but they actually changed that population threshold to 17,000 at a later date, just as an aside. So the executive committee, interim executive committee, they adopted the initial service plan and a proposed tax rate on June 13th, 2002. To meet their 180-day deadline. They then adopted a revised, and I'll just say the initial service plan was pretty much just kind of the bare bones basic just to meet the 180-day threshold. It was in the year ensuing that they did a much more robust, much more detailed service plan for purposes of the next couple of steps that had to take place. First of all, if you were going to cities of population or 12,000 or more, again, Highland Village being one of them, had to approve, you could approve the service plan tax rate within 60 days after its approval by the interim executive committee. And there's a little bit of a catch here. If you didn't, do that, then you basically, if a city did not adopt that service plan and tax rate, then it would be necessary, and when I say adopt, I mean approve it at the city level. And I'll get into, there's a couple other steps that have to take place here, which I'll mention here in a second. But basically, if the cities of 12,000 or more didn't approve that interim executive committee revised plan and proposed tax rate within that 60 days, then the city would basically forever become ineligible to be part of the service plan. So there's a little bit of catch in the statute on that. So again, as you note the dates, July 10th, 2003 was when the revised service plan and sales tax recommendation was made. The City Council, Highland Village City Council, adopted the original July 23rd, 2002, so barely 6 weeks after the first one, and within 2 weeks after the revised plan was adopted. So one other thing had to happen, though, in order to make this take effect. And you'll note the September 13th date, just so you know, just again, right now we only have 2 uniform election dates. Well, back then there were 4, back in 2003. And so on that, so on September 13th, 2003, there was a confirmation election that was called by the Commissioners Court throughout the county. And it was, and cities particularly, of those with 12,000 population or more, who participated in that vote, would vote to, were voting on whether or not to adopt the sales tax that's now imposed in the city of Highland Village, Highland Village, Denton, and Louisville. There were actually other cities that had that same election who voted down imposing the tax, Corinth being one of them. That was the results of that election in Highland Village.
So, quick question. How did a city like that are in Denton County, but the majority of their populations aren't, like Carrollton or Dallas, were they even involved in the vote, or was it proportional?
They weren't, because they were excluded because of the fact that they were already in.
Serviced by DART.
Serviced by DART.
Okay.
Yeah. And there's a specific exclusion actually in Chapter 460 that deals with that. So there was the results of the election. This was actually, as putting this presentation together, was the first time I'd actually seen the vote results, because this all occurred about 5 years before I came back to Dallas and joined Nichols Jackson. So I didn't have any involvement, it was well before I came back and had any involvement in DCTA. And so I was frankly a little surprised at the margin, when I saw these results.
Did Flower Mound make it to City Council, or?
I don't know that they did.
Okay.
I mean, I didn't separately research that, and I don't know.
I don't think they were 12,000 people then.
No.
Oh, yeah, they were bigger.
They were
bigger than us.
They had population.
2002?
They were bigger than us.
They were 8,000.
Them and the colony.
Was not included because there was no rail accessibility to them, given the route that DCTA was proposing to take along 35 here. There was 2 routes they were looking at, 35W and 35E.
Right.
And they chose 35E, so there's no access for them other than bus service. And that's why they didn't get.
Yeah, that would make sense. Again, I don't have any personal knowledge of that, but that would certainly make sense. I know in subsequent years they talked about the possibility of the 35W line coming in at a later date, but that's other things that happened since then. So what is Highland Village? What are the privileges of being a founding municipality?
One more quick question. With regards to back in the early 2000s, was the Kansas City Southern line taken into account at all?
No.
No?
I don't think so, because it was an active line. at the time. It still is, but it's not like they were proposing recently.
Yeah, and honestly, that's a little bit of the history. Again, that's a pre-Kevin history question on DCTA. Not a bad question, because of course, one of the things that is an issue, I'll just from my knowledge of working with DCTA, one of the things that is a regular concern is that joint use issue of putting passenger rail on freight. There's a whole lot of liability issues, because of conflicting traffic, conflicting standards. Frankly, DART has had to deal with that same issue in doing the Silver Line running across there, and so which is why they ultimately, because there was a consideration of using using the existing track as part of the Silver Line project at one time, and in fact, DCTA also had looked at that issue at one point, and just the regulatory conflict was just too costly, and just would have been way too much to deal with. So they've I think in part that's why DART's now largely running they're running kind of parallel to the Cotton Belt, but they basically, and I think are using some of the Cotton Belt line, but by and large are kind of building a lot of their own track too. So, okay. So what happens? Well, first of all, founding municipality. That's actually a new terminology that was introduced into Chapter 460 in the 2019 legislative session with the amendments to Chapter 460. Kind of, again, background, refer back to the interim executive committee that was originally formed. That interim executive committee, in fact, became the permanent board for DCTA, and the methodology for election or selection of those board members that was originally for the interim executive committee basically continued on for purposes of the permanent board. That board, of course, consisted of a whole bunch of people and represented a whole lot of constituency that were not paying the sales tax into the operation of DCTA. So, as some of you who on the council are aware, there was some disconcert with that over time. And, a couple of the other member cities, as we called them then, decided they were going to take, there were some changes that they wanted to have made. Well, make a long story short, those changes resulted in a significant amendment to Chapter 460, which resulted in today's board being a 5-member board, one member selected from each of the founding municipalities. Those founding municipalities basically being those cities that adopted the sales tax back at the time of the original formation of Chapter 4 of the DCTA. The other two are selected by the Commissioners Court, one from unincorporated areas and one from basically small cities who aren't founding municipalities. I won't get into a couple of the others, but there's this last one, as far as creation of public transportation financing areas, that was a kind of a new buy-in mechanism for anybody who post sales tax adoption that didn't originally do it would be provided another mechanism by essentially creating what amounted to a citywide tax increment reinvestment zone that they could then use tax increment financing to buy into DCTA. This is, there's other methods. I know you may be aware, of course, there's discussions about putting a new station in Corinth at some point. That was designed largely for the Corinths of the world who might want to come in at a later stage, as opposed to being some of the founding members. But again, and some of those who if they were to eventually adopt the sales tax, which I'm not sure they could under current statute, they would also end up, if they met the population threshold, they could also become voting members at some point. So there's a potential for expansion of the board. I don't frankly see it likely. I think the 5-member board is pretty much going to be what it is, as long as DCTA continues to exist, at least for the foreseeable future. So here's the big question. Can Highland Village actually resign as a founding municipality? That's the question that's been primarily asked. This is the 10-second answer. The answer is no. Not under current law. The question's been asked to me, well, why? Why can't we? Why can't we just get out like some of the Dart cities elected to get out? Well, the problem is there's no provision in Chapter 460 for having an election to withdraw from DCTA. You need to have that statutory permission. Chapter 452, which governs DART, has that election mechanism to withdraw from DART. Now, there's a whole bunch of other conditions that have to go along with that, they have to satisfy, but Chapter 460 contains no similar provision. Likewise, so the question's also been asked, well, can we just stay in DCTA and just repeal the sales tax and start using that sales tax for something else? The answer to that is also no. The sales tax that under which the DCTA or the city of Highland Village and the other member cities adopted is under Chapter 322 of the Texas Tax Code. Most of the other standard sales tax provisions are actually under Chapter 321. There are certain provisions in Chapter 321 that apply to the assessment, the election and assessment and collection and payment and use of the local sales tax under Chapter 322. There's some provision in 321 that apply. The repeal of the sales tax provisions that are in 321 are not some of those provisions that are incorporated into 322. So consequently, there's also no repealer provision in Chapter 322 that allows a city that's once adopted the sales tax for a Chapter 460 entity to repeal that sales tax. Bottom line.
So Kevin, was that, just real quick, was that clear? Has this changed since 2000?
No.
Okay. So our council at that point in time did not know that what they were getting into they couldn't get out of.
Again, I wasn't around in 2001 to 2003.
Or did our legal counsel drop the ball on that?
And I couldn't tell you that either.
Yeah, and I'm not laying blame on anybody. I'm just trying to think who would have done that. I mean, that's worse than the mob, this deal. and I've never seen anything like it. It's insane. Yeah. Now, can we trade? Let's say Corinth, they want to do this big development, the transportation-oriented development. Can we trade them our spot? Since they can't get in and we can't get out? Because they're going to benefit greatly if that train station opens up. Here we are, we give them $1 million a year and we don't get squat. 1.5. 1.5.
Well, I'll take it a step further. Whoever was on council in 2003 should have asked, can we get out? And if you didn't ask, then I'm sorry if any of you are listening, you're stupid.
Hey.
You're on 2003 council.
Thanks, Tom. I had just gotten elected, so.
You didn't know better?
I really didn't know.
Okay. Jeez Louise.
And of course,
that would have been like me. I would have known better.
Again, I wasn't around in 2002, 3, 4, 5. I didn't show up until late 2000, until spring of 2008 around here. So
it's a mob thing.
Yeah. So
I was 808.
So I mean, but my experience is everybody's gung ho. They're looking at a very positive opportunity to do something that creates transportation. I mean, nobody's thinking about, well, let's put it this way. I've been married 40 years. Mm-hmm. In part, I won't say it's always been a wonderful, blissful, because nobody who's been married 40 years with few exceptions, can say it hadn't been a totally, it's totally without rocky moments.
Are you equating a marriage to being in the Denton County Transportation Authority?
Let me just say, I've been married 40 years is because the D word has never been in my vocabulary. And a lot of times when you get into these kind of intergovernmental projects, you don't go into it thinking you're getting out of it. Now, as a lawyer, I would probably think about what would happen. And in part, I would think about, if you're going to do it, if we're going to get out of it, how do you get out of it, and how do you get out of it fairly without endangering anybody? But that's me. And at that time, I'll just tell you, there was a whole different set of lawyers, and nobody in my firm was representing DCTA or any of these entity cities at the time. So we're clean on this one, okay?
Do we have any statistics on Highland Village ridership?
They won't give us breakdowns.
That's correct. That's the problem.
And
They don't know.
And I'm not sure they could give you full breakdowns, because the only way that they can determine.
Sure they have, because everything's done by a car service now. When it was a bus, it was a little different, but now it's car service. They know exactly who's getting picked up,
know the
when,
metrics.
where, and
That's on
how.
the car service, not on the train service.
Yeah, it's on the train. I think there's a lot more.
The train service doesn't matter. Anybody can go to the train service and use it and pay $5 to go one way or the other. That doesn't matter. And I think that the train, it's disingenuous because the train service is not in Highland Village, number one. So big deal. It's a train station. That train station was going to be there whether Highland Village was in this or not, because it's in Louisville. So I say that the train is completely immaterial to the argument. It doesn't matter who uses a train. The only thing that matters is who gets picked up and dropped off inside of our city limits, as far as I'm concerned. And that's what we're paying $1.5 million a year for.
And we could buy them a lot of cars.
We could buy everyone a car every year that uses that service.
I guarantee you they have the metrics.
They definitely
And they are
have the
working
metrics.
on that with that presentation to council.
And again,
All right.
Working on it.
I do,
They've been working on it for 3 years.
I'll just say, while our firm does represent DCTA, full disclosure, we represent DCTA as general counsel and have for at least since 2006 or 7 anyway. I personally have not been heavily involved in that representation the last couple of years, largely because most of the real estate stuff went away. So, and and there has been some change in administration, as you know, and I think we've got a presentation made here, meeting or two.
Possibly the next meeting.
Yeah, I think possibly as early as next meeting. So I imagine you could, shoot Paul some emails and make sure that they're prepped, because some of those questions. 'Cause I think they do now much more the capability to determine those numbers are better now technology-wise than they were 5-6 years ago.
We're gonna hear from them soon, so hopefully we can.
We've tried.
So anyway, I've already covered that point. I mean, like I said, right now it would basically take it would require an amendment to Chapter 460. It would require an amendment to Chapter 322, and you'd have to still have an election in Highland Village to adopt the appropriate, election measures. One other thing, though. Typically, on a withdrawal type election, when you're talking about a sales tax type election, generally the legislature is not going to just allow you to stop cold turkey paying that sales tax if that sales tax has been pledged against some debt.
It's usually a 10-year, well, in DART, it was a 10-year penalty.
Yeah.
And if we did this today and took a 10-year penalty, we would be ahead in the game.
Yeah, if you paid it all up front and paid off your share of what had been pledged, which then would go into a defeasance fund for whatever debt is proportionally related to DCTA's or Highland Village's pledged sales tax. Typically, that's how it would work. I mean, I can't say exactly that's how it would work, because obviously the legislation hadn't been written. But just my experiences on any kind of withdrawal of this nature for this kind of an entity, that's typically what would happen. So, and now the legislation. So that's it.
I do have a question. I'm not going to keep you here all night. So we're the only county in this whole state that has adopted a transportation authority under 460, or under 460.
To my knowledge, that's correct.
There's only one.
Yes.
Okay. And 3 years ago, we changed the makeup of the board by changing the legislature, going through the legislature,
right,
which says it can be done. So what you just put at the end, if we want to get out, we've got to sponsor a bill.
Right.
Well, you
to
got,
change
no,
that.
we would ask our representatives to, one of them to sponsor the bill.
But keep in mind, some of those same representatives also represent Louisville and Denton.
Yeah.
So,
I mean, it's
so you're gonna, you know, those are going to be some of the political realities you're going to have to deal with. Is basically you're talking about a local bill that would be sponsored by somebody who, effectively represents all 3 cities, and if those other cities do or don't want to let Highland Village out, you've got an infight. So just
you got to change the membership of the board.
Yeah.
Okay, make certain the people on the board will vote for what we want. Like if Corinth wants in, they got to pay.
Well, and that depends. Again, you control 1/5 of the board.
I like the swap with
city council member.
Well, we need to get some more more people voting our way on that board.
Is it still Diane?
I think that would be important for us to before we do anything, is to have our representative come and have a good talk with us.
Well, they're going to.
Good.
They have been.
Whenever they come and talk to us, are they going to give us an update on the Kansas City Southern Corridor?
Yeah, they can certainly do that.
Okay.
And as well with the information that was asked the last time about the ridership in Highland Village specifically for the GO zone.
I would just, Paul, I think what Mike and I'm not going to speak for Mike or any of the councilmen, but for me, I just want to hear what they do for us. And don't talk to me about the GO zone. I don't care about the GO zone. That hadn't really happened yet, that it's not doing anything.
No, the GO zone's active.
I'm hearing
the GO zone is the majority of the
I hear a
ridership.
lot of this from a lot of people. I see no action. So I would like to see a detailed presentation. What are you doing to earn your $1.5 million a year? Give me bullet points. Don't give me talking points. Don't give me BS. Give us facts and metrics, period. And if they're not going to do that, then tell them to waste their time. We'll just continue giving the mob the money.
Okay. Thank you, Kevin.
Thank you, Kevin.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments?
That'll do it for me tonight.
Any other questions about future agenda items or status updates? There being none, we're adjourned at 9:35.
All right.